So this work is jointly done with Maya Ackerman and Dave Murray-Rust, who Dave's not here, but Maya's going to come up and co-present. And we wanted to share some of our thoughts on metaphors and the way that they're creeping into our field and being used to communicate about it, and how they're changing the narrative and changing how people think about computational creativity and ways of organizing them and so on. So metaphors have been shown to be really key, kind of fundamental in terms of how we think. They're not just kind of icing on the cake. They really fundamentally shape our thoughts about things. They've been shown to affect health outcomes if people have diseases and they're presented to them in terms of various metaphors, change mathematics that's developed, and change our thinking on social issues in a way that goes beyond party political lines. Thibodeau and Borotsky present a series of experiments just to show how key they are. And they did an experiment on 1,500 people. They divided them up into two groups and presented them each with a slightly different report on a fictional city called Addison, which was suffering from some crime issues. So to the first group, they said, crime is a wild beast preying on the city of Addison. The crime rate in the once peaceful city has steadily increased over the past 3 years. In fact, these days, it seems that crime is lurking in every neighborhood. And then it goes on to report some stats. Just to note, the metaphorical framing here is that crime is a beast. So it's preying on the city and it's lurking in the neighborhoods. To the second group, they presented almost the same text, but with a slightly different metaphorical framing. Crime is a virus infecting the city of Addison. The crime rate in the once peaceful city has steadily increased over the past 3 years. In fact, these days, it seems that crime is plaguing every neighborhood. So here it's being framed as a virus, and it's plaguing the neighborhood. And they showed that depending on the metaphorical framing, people suggested different solutions to this problem. So when people were given the crime as a beast framing, 75% recommended enforcement or punishment, and only 25% social reform. But the group that had the crime as virus framing, well, they still mostly recommended enforcement or punishment, but the numbers were really different. So it went down to 56 from 75 and up to 44 from 25. And they were also asked, do you need more information? What's the role of police officers? And which bits of text influenced your decision? And again, they asked about very different things if they were given the different metaphorical framings. Importantly, very few of them, only 3%, actually realized that the metaphors had influenced the way that they were thinking about it. So this is working on a subconscious level for most of us. And the differences in opinion were larger than those between Democrats and Republicans. So metaphors matter. So what about metaphors for our subject? I think initially we probably didn't have very many metaphors. We didn't probably need them so much. But in the last few years, they've really taken off. It's quite fun kind of going metaphor hunting for metaphors in our field. So these are just a few of the headlines in the news, articles. So AI is presented as magic, as theft. There's an AI bubble, an AI winter. AI is a mirage. AI is a Swiss Army knife. AI is this thing that's kind of sucking things dry, like all the water or our knowledge. And there's loads and loads more, which Maya's going to talk about. Okay, so just to kind of have a wee game, spot the metaphor. See if you can think what framing is behind this. So at the very moment when accelerating climate change, biodiversity collapse and global instability command us to invent new and wider ways of living together, AI holds us frozen in place, fascinated by endless permutations of a reflected past that only the magic of marketing can disguise as the future. Anyone want to hazard a guess? Okay, this is from Shannon Valor's book, The AI Mirror, where AI is being presented as a mirror that we're kind of fascinated by. We're seeing reflections of ourselves and we kind of can't stop looking at it. But at the same time, she argues that it's not going to help us with thinking that gets us beyond the problems that we've got ourselves into, because we can only see the thinking that got ourselves into this. We can't think of different ways if we continue with this metaphor. Okay, another one. An LM is a system for haphazardly stitching together sequences of linguistic forms it has observed in its vast training data according to probabilistic information about how they combine, but without any reference to meaning. So this is the stochastic parrot metaphor, which is quite famous now, where AI is presented as something that mimics our speech. It does a good job. It sounds right, sounds meaningful, but there's no communicative intent behind it or understanding. And also on this, we see the power of the metaphor. So Tinnet Gebru was fired for publishing this paper. She was fired from Google because Google did not want that narrative of AI as a parrot entering into public consciousness. So they were trying to control the way that we thought about it. Okay, finally, unintended bias against protected groups can be partially attributed to the fact that the developer community responsible for building and training algorithms is not adequately diverse. If the data used to train algorithms is biased, the algorithm will learn that behavior as normal. And that's AI as an amplifier, as amplifying the biases that we already have in society. Okay, so a short history of CC and metaphors. When we first started, we imported metaphorical framings from AI in general on agents, knowledge, goals, learning, etc. They may have lost their metaphorical meaning now because they've gained quite technical, specific definitions, but originally they were grounded in metaphors. Then, of course, we've got Margaret Bowden's metaphor of CC as search, which was taken on by many people in the community, where she's seeing conceptual spaces as places to be mapped and explored and transformed. And that was a very strong metaphor that kind of grabbed a lot of us. We also see CC as evolution, so going back to creativity literature, where creativity is kind of the ultimate example of evolution. And that was used to inspire using genetic algorithms and so on. Then CC as us, maybe, where this is an example of work by Gil Weinberg, who attached a prosthetic robotic drumming arm to an amputee drummer, who then kind of incorporated it into his own body and formed as one with it. And then we've got the CC as parrot and all of the loads and loads more coming in. So I'll hand over to Maya.
Thank you. So I'm here to share an idea with you that we can organize metaphors about AI by using theological concepts. So essentially, in many ways, people think about AI the way that they think about various gods, from things like omniscience, the idea of AI being all-powerful, it being, all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfectly moral. So here is the knowledge scale, which is perhaps the most important because it's artificial intelligence. And they really run the full spectrum all the way from looking at the AI systems as completely foolish, making stuff up, having no relation to truth or falsehood, to an all-knowing oracle. And the all-knowing oracle is perhaps the most important and damaging metaphor that we have today. So first of all, that's because industry decided to lean into the idea of replacing search. But it also, more than anything, calls on this idea of AI that, based on science fiction principles, which really form a lot of these metaphors, the idea that AI should know everything, the idea that knowledge is convergent, that every question has a unique, correct answer. And as a result, people have this cognitive surrender that they experience when they use AI systems. That's a core reason behind slop. A lot of problems with artificial intelligence as we have it today would just evaporate if this metaphor was to loosen. Then we have hallucinations. And this is sort of, I'm going to keep it really brief, but I feel very, very strongly about the misuse of this metaphor. it's AI, again, from in our view as a creative community, is not something that should just give us safe, correct answers. Intelligence is inherently creative. It's about going into new places. It's about being able to put together things in new ways. And hallucinations are really just these delightful, surprising things that our machines create, which are viewed very negatively today. So we sort of need to, I believe, revive the hallucinations metaphor. Then the power scale, of course, all the way from it being the servant to us being the servant. A whole bunch of metaphors are concerned with the omnipotence scale. I'm sure many of you are aware of what recently happened with Anthropic, who, like many companies before it and many models before it, promised that its model is so powerful that it's dangerous to release. And then the US government said, okay, then you can't release it, which was sort of a really interesting twist on overuse of this metaphor. And finally, the moral scale, all the way from evil destroyer to a savior. But perhaps the one that people care most about right now is labor competition, right? Job replacement. And in this case, what we're seeing is a sort of projection. People feel a certain way about what's happening, and instead of kind of correctly attributing where it's coming from, which are the people who are directing the creation of the mainstream AI that we have today, a lot of that gets projected onto the AI itself. Here is the spectra. You can see it in our paper. And I'll leave you with one question. What metaphors should be guiding us now that AI is mainstream? What kind of metaphors do we want in the general consciousness? What kind of metaphors do we want to guide the research in our field? Yeah, because these are very important in how we build and utilize AI systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Alison. Questions?
Hey, so especially at the end there, you were mentioning like you don't like the metaphor oracle, you don't like the metaphor hallucination. Are there some metaphors you would put forward that you think are apt and you would like to see adopted?
There was a Playmate. Do you want to comment? Yeah. There was one we were discussing with Alison called Playmate, right? Taking it a little bit less seriously, a little bit more like how our community used to, but definitely anything around collaborator, co-creator, I feel is much healthier.
Thanks for the presentation. So I was curious about the metaphor of hallucination because I think from the way I've heard of that word, it seems like the AI hallucinates as a characteristic as opposed to it being a metaphor. And that, but perhaps that's the way I'd like seen it come across it. So I'm curious about how a metaphor permeates from being a representation to like a characteristic.
Yeah, so I guess metaphors highlight salient properties that you want, that whoever is using the metaphor is wanting to direct your attention towards. So I suppose I'd answer it like that. Like, so in the example of hallucination, I don't know the history of that metaphor, but it sounds quite harmless and it sounds quite mystical maybe, and maybe a bit fun and a bit druggy, rather than just a mistake. It's just a mistake. But they're wanting to kind of hide that perhaps and make it look more exciting than it is.
Questions? There.
Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering if you can give a description or quality or characteristic of AI that's not a metaphor. Because like I feel like when you put everything up there, I feel like you listed the entire use of like everything, every word that, or description I could possibly give towards the AI was up there, from hallucination, which is definitely a metaphor, to like labor competition, which I don't know, but I think people who made the argument that that's not used metaphorically.
I mean, if you look just at the definition of artificial intelligence, right, as something that aims to, I mean, the early definitions aim to replicate human intelligence. The later ones define intelligence more broadly. So at least the definitions are not as metaphorical. I guess, I think
I think things which now have very technical definitions like learning, what does it mean for a machine to learn? And those are, I think initially that probably was a metaphor to human learning, but it's lost that metaphorical power now because it has a very technical definition. So I think it could be called a dead metaphor as well.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks, that's useful.
Hi, so Stephen Tyler, thanks for the talk, by the way, great talk. Stephen Tyler was one of the first people to use generative deep learning way before, like 100 years before anyone else did. His metaphor was imagination engine. He called it his product, the imagination engine. I quite like that one. So, and I just think the general point is to ask people who are using these things in the arts and music what their metaphors are, because artists are always projecting things onto others, including AI systems now, I think. So it might be worth getting out there and asking.
That's a really great idea. So mostly the metaphors that we looked at so far are the ones that we found in the news. But it would be great to ask people and get them thinking as well. Of course, you can also use AI to generate metaphors, and there's papers on that.
Yeah. From my experience with musicians, they mostly want to think about it as a tool desperately. They hang on.
I was going to ask, what is your take on the word creativity as a metaphor? Simon already addressed that. He talked about imagination engines, but what's your take on using that as a metaphor? That's what we are doing.
Yeah, I agree. That's also metaphorical in the same way as intelligence or imagination. We're looking at something that we kind of understand in one domain and trying to project it onto another domain, picking out various bits that we think are important and ignoring other bits. Yeah. I think Geraint's got one. Oh, there's Juliana as well. I don't know how we're doing on time.
So thanks for a great talk. Gosh, how can I say this? So mathematics is a metaphor, I would claim, right? So if you look at the great theories of physics, relativity, all of those things that are slowly converging on the one grand theory, that is in a sense a metaphor, right? The maths has nothing to do, well, some people would say it actually does, but I'm saying it doesn't. The maths has nothing to do with the actual physics. The maths describes the physics, and what one is doing in the process of science is trying to move towards a closer and closer description, which in some definitions becomes less metaphorical in some sense, if you see what I mean. And this is just maybe gently challenging something Alison just said there about the fact that it's technical means it's not metaphorical anymore. I think I'm not convinced that that's actually the case, and it might be risky if we assume that, because then it comes back to this question about there being one answer to everything. Huh? Because if we've got this mathematical metaphor, we think, oh, that's correct. But then what if there's a different one which explains things in a different way, which is equally accurate or whatever?
Thanks. Yeah, that's kind of blown my mind that maths is a metaphor. I'm going to have to think about that. But in terms of, I mean, metaphors are not right or wrong. They're useful or not useful, right? Like any model. In terms of whether when they become technical or technically defined, then they're no longer metaphorical. I guess, there's this theory about the career of a metaphor, right? You probably know. And I think I would see that as towards the end of its career, as in it's no longer got its metaphorical power because people become accustomed to the very technical definition and they're no longer thinking about what it meant in the original domain. So I guess metaphors are on the spectrum, and I would see that as towards the end. Well, it depends if you got the technical definition right. Well, or useful, as we should. Yeah. So, of course, sometimes it's worth, going back and thinking, right, well, like we're doing this all the time in creativity. We still haven't got a technical definition of it, which is good. But in other fields like machine learning, they got one very early and then use that. And I can't comment, it seems like that's been useful. But maybe it'd be good to go back and think about, well, what did we actually mean by learning in the first place in the human context? And what did we not capture in our technical definition? Yeah. Okay.
A very last question.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just wonder if it's a metaphor or it's an abstraction, mathematics. Is that metaphor is something that you refer to? Abstraction is something that, metaphor is sideways, abstraction is, and the main reason we maybe use metaphors because of the lack of words. And we use, for example, hallucination because we don't have another word to define it. Should we place just an asterisk in a word such as hallucination, then we place an asterisk just because we don't have another word for that?
Thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk more about hallucinations. I think actually it's a very peculiar word choice, especially to be used in such a derogatory fashion, because there's work by Cessa Neal, for example, in neuroscience, is saying that we all constantly hallucinate, and we're always sort of making meaning from our sensory input. And it's very obvious because often people experience the very same thing very differently. They interpret it differently. And the machine in many ways does the same thing. And in both humans and machines, we refer to it in a very derogatory fashion when that same capacity is exaggerated, which I think refers to the Industrial Revolution idea that people should be more like sort of expert systems, just do what you're told to do and don't imagine anything else and don't add too much of yourself. And it's sort of this metaphor of hallucinations, the way it's used in machines is sort of implying the same thing, that it's a bad thing, that it's stepping out of line, that it should be saying the truth every single time, that reality is convergent. So there's a lot of sort of juice in that metaphor. And very often companies actually set out these, like Alison pointed out, they set out these metaphors on purpose, right? So it seems kind of benign and innocent, but it's there to send a very specific message.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank our presenters.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
No,
sorry.
Antonio's Leah, please. He doesn't want to be presented.
Sorry.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Milka. Sorry for that. I'm going to be continuing on some pretty heavy lifting metaphors in my talk. Okay, right. I'm going to be talking about assistance and usurpation. And this is a paper about co-creativity, so focusing more about large language models, not all of Gen AI, although there might be some generalizations during the talk. This is work by Roberto Gallota, who's a PhD student currently finishing and currently working. So here I am. I have contributed to the paper, adding some nuance and some ICCC flavor. The slides are mine. The opinions are mostly mine. I'm trying to represent the paper, but the Q&A session will probably be mine. So be aware of that. There might be some spicy takes. The first one is that as computational creativity research, I feel like we've been facing an existential crisis, and I think it's been identified also already in several talks yesterday. So we've moved from basically a decade ago, we were looking more at us as experts in all sorts of quirky domains, such as humor and video game art and rave music, and working on handcrafted algorithms and handcrafted evaluations and glass box models like Tony mentioned yesterday. And here we have seen an increase in more black box, generalist models, and also LLM as judge for our validation instead of asking the users. I'm not going to talk about too much about the where we are as a community, but I feel that for the general population, when we're talking about co-creativity with LLMs, there's issues of cognitive debt, there's issues of workflow friction that we should at least be aware of. Now, the paper itself is split into two parts. One is talking about why LLMs have some problems when it comes to co-creativity. And the second part is about solutions, question mark, about this. Fortunately, there were several talks yesterday about this, so I don't have to spend too much of my limited time. Several researchers have identified that basically next token prediction is inherently impossible to be creative. Please stop gasping. This was work by Max Pieperkorn in several papers, and I'm just gonna leave it there. Dan yesterday mentioned that without a lived experience, without I'm not going to use the word embodiment because that's also a very heavy metaphor. There's lack of grounding and there's lack of framing, which causes some issues in the LLM's nuance of the word, right? Of the output. And finally, I've been unconvinced about LLM's ability to judge because of how sensitive they are to basically prompt order of words, the way the query is formulated, etc. When it comes to LLMs, not on their own, but in human-led or human-assisted processes, we have issues of over-reliance, where especially a novice is unable to understand what the LLM is doing and therefore leans too much into the LLM, becoming subservient in the previous metaphor to the LLM's output. Also, as creative practitioners, we know that the creative journey is a journey for a reason. It evolves. We as humans evolve, the specifications change, our goals change. Even as human creators, we often can't reflect on how things have changed. The LLM cannot do that, and we as humans rarely can also reflect and tell the LLM, hey, you know what, we changed our mind, we're moving towards something else now. So that leads to instability where the LLM thinks something intense. Prediction is still ongoing research in this front. Of course, there's other problems, right? We have legislative lag. Technology is advancing 5 steps ahead of legislation. Legislation often patches things in, poorly or not so poorly, but it takes a lot of time. So we're currently in this wild west that we should be aware of. There's the issue of blurred ownership. Let's not talk about the training data too much, but even when it comes to copyrightable content, when it's generated by a human and a computer together, an LLM together, we have question marks there. Finally, when we are relying on a corporate server staying up for us to continue being creative, we are making that corporation too big to fail. And for all of us, we're alive in 2008 to know what that means, right? So there's several issues. You can't really control most of the LLMs. You sometimes can't even use them as you wish. Now is the position part of the paper. There's several reasons that I can see why people would not want to do research about LLMs. I have 3, but I'm not going to talk about them because it's not in the paper. That we have time for discussions if you want. If you agree with the previous positions, we have some ways forward on what would be an interesting way to move forward with LLMs and co-creativity that might be more fruitful. One of them is that we need to have LLMs framed not as a final generator. And I know that computational creativity really likes to have completely autonomous systems. When it comes to LLMs, because of the limitations I mentioned earlier, we should have them more in cycles where, they present an intermediate result, an intermediate artifact that the user can at least okay, or possibly edit, or possibly reflect on, or have a bit more of a discourse with the artifact or the process, or the LLM. So there should be more traceability. There should be more explainability during these different steps. These different steps should be predictable. So there should be structured workflows where the LLM is integrated. And finally, the LLM should not just be subservient or affirmational and say, yes, you're doing a great job, please continue. Sometimes you might want the LLM to say, did you change your mind? Are we moving towards something else that we didn't think about? Here's 3 solutions that I think are possible. Think about all of them rather than say, here's one solution, I am the expert, the end, right? So, and then we have issues of distributed authority, where the LLM should be more assistive, more advisory. Again, framing is important here. Multiple solutions, contrastive explanations are better than just one solution, one artifact. And what's interesting here I tried to explain it in simpler words. You could have AI personas. You could have an audience of multiple AIs that represent, that are trained on different corpora, for example. So you can have the ethical AI or the ethicist AI or the environmental AI. These are actually words from a paper on agentic systems. So that could also be a way to create an audience of AIs rather than one master or perceived master. And of course, when we're talking about copyrightable work or in general about the creative journey and our ownership of it, we should track the contribution of basically where, when, and why the LLM has contributed and how the human has reacted to it. Did they just okay it? Did they edit it? Did they go back and change the whole process? How much of this has been, how much oversight has there been? Okay. I'm doing very well. Amilcar has not complained yet, so I'm doing very well on time. We have 4 possible questions. They're not the only questions, but it's our suggestions here. So some of them, well, let's start from the beginning. How can we employ LLMs in specific and personalized creative domains? I feel that we should be doing more small language models, more hard co-creativity, where the human is an expert in the domain. They know about at least the training set. They know about the corpora that the model is trained on, so they can take a more informed decision. That minimizes over-reliance and gives more, basically more agency to the human user. How do we measure human LLM contribution? Huge research topic. Not one PhD, but multiple and possibly multiple European projects. We as authors maybe know the difference between a spell checker and a hey, here's my paper, create an abstract and just plug it into the abstract section. It's quite harder for me anyway, for music, right? Where does the contribution go when we're talking about, fix me, like start with a melody or something, or create an accompaniment, or 3D modeling? What does it mean to go UVW this model? Is that, is it a spell checker or is it actually a creative process? So we need to wrestle with a lot of these issues. How should interfaces transform for creative LLM partnership? Roberto's PhD was mostly about creating a chat interface for game design. And what he found out is that chat is not enough, right? You need more contextual information, which means, maybe right-clicking on a specific sprite and then saying something there gives the LLM more to work on. You need an undo button. You need a lot of things that, are more, provide more context to the LLM to work with. And finally, how proactive should LLM assistants be in creative context? So should it be a distracting agent? Should it be just a completely subservient, assistant or slave or whatever metaphor du jour? Or should it actually say, hey, this is a moment that you should take a break and think about where we are and what you should be doing? And there's a lot of things there to talk about if you want. I'm going to leave you with this. This is my last slide. We have to basically understand that there's architectural limitations to LLMs that influence how creativity is construed within them and how they impact creativity of human users. My pitch, real quick, is to go back to basically more specialized LLMs, go back to our cool era of computational creativity, doing that, hey, here's humor in one specific language, right? Have more specialized models, have more specialized people that work with these models, have more structured workflows where you basically take steps and those steps are traceable, focus on the creative process, build scaffolding for the humans to understand what's going on, human reasoning, and also the human needs to feel empowered. And I kept flip-flopping between empowered and in control, and both of the metaphors are a bit bad, but we need something where the human is actually empowered, not feeling empowered, not having an illusion of empowerment, which is going to be the next talk today. Yes, so I'll leave you with one final thing. I feel like we as computational creativity researchers need to sit a bit more about the impact of what we are saying and what we are doing in this community. And there's dangers because a lot of the things that we're doing now are not just metaphors and cool academic discussions, but they're used in policy, in economics, etc. And we should at least sit a bit more about how our work and our different papers impact ourselves, our own well-being, our communities, our PhD students, our profession, and the environment more broadly. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonius. Questions? Spella.
Yeah, thank you, Antonius, for this interesting talk. I think it will connect well with my talk afterwards. There's one term that you have in the paper and you haven't used here in the presentation, which I would have liked you perhaps to mention, this erosion of user agency. I think that's something what's going on. But my question actually was something else. You did briefly touch upon authorship and this, the distribution, human LLM, and so on. And you are proposing rather vague solutions, let's say. What is your position on, and there have been ideas to resolve this, among other ideas, through watermarking, through maybe clearer indications when and how AI was used to produce creative works, let's say. What is your position on that?
I don't have one, and I felt like I had more positions than I should, but I'm not sure this is my task. It feels like it's more of a legislative problem that we will contend with. Okay, I'm going to talk about games because why not? Steam has basically increased 8 times the number of AI generated tags. So basically, a tag of AI generated content in the Steam library. There's something that we will have to face soon. Like there's a storm coming. It's probably already here. It's probably, like we're already in it. And we will have to contend with this problem. I don't have a solution. This position paper is very vague, as you say. I'm just identifying some issues that we can do and some issues that we can't do. And I don't think watermarking is a solution because you get the images were also used in the training corpus of things, and I'm not sure that I'm being transparent is one thing, but yeah, there's a lot of lack of transparency the higher up you go in the corporate ladder. So I feel like indie developers might be fine with this, but as you go up and up and up, it becomes less clear, and legislation is extremely vague, more vague than my paper. So sorry.
Thank you for an interesting talk. You raised some really problematic questions. So 2 things, a quick polemic and then a proper comment. First of all, my solution to these things is very simple. I don't use these at all, ever, for my creative practice or my professional practice, and then I have no problem. And I think personally, that's what everyone should do. The more serious question, could you just go back to your 4 sure. things that you, yes. So I think I can imagine how to do 3, but I can't imagine how to do 1, 2, and 4 with black box models. I think it's impossible to do these things with black box models, at least to do them in a way which is really meaningful. So even the last one, how proactive should LLM assistance be in creative context? You can watch its behavior, but you don't know what it's doing to cause that behavior. So you can't make a good judgment even about that one, which looks kind of surface.
I feel like we should be researching this, and of course, there's no. Yes, if we had the solution, I wouldn't be here, right? I feel like the proactivity is also actually the easiest one because you could actually check different degrees of proactivity in a creative practice against it. It might be more longitudinal. Go ahead, because you have.
While it's doing what it's doing, so you can't say whether it's being proactive or random or subversive or whatever.
I think we all heard. It's yeah. If we're talking LLM, basically just generating the discourse, you might be right. You don't need to actually, right? Like that part can be more hard coded, right? We could have, hey, just a simple text string, where it says, take a break, take 10 minutes. I'm not going to respond to you for 10 minutes. I think yesterday we were talking about the our place discourse. Take 5 minutes, think about where we are, come back to me. I'm not going to respond to you with this. So you could do more slow creativity stuff there that does not necessarily require a black box. I think we also need to open the black box a bit. That's what I was discussing earlier with like smaller language models, or maybe more domain specific and not generalist black box models. Hopefully, hosted in our own hardware and not somewhere in the data center in the US, in this case, mostly. I think those are, I mean, that's the contour of my answer, but I do not have an answer, right? I'm just here to provoke. I think Simon had a point.
Just a very quick question. There's a lot of technologies in the universe of LLMs. In your research, have you come across any specific, let's say, differentiation between the usage of, for instance, SLMs, as you just briefly mentioned, multi-agent frameworks, Claude skills, or agents for creativity? Is it possible for you to differentiate a little bit among those which potentially have different answers to your questions?
Not off the top of my head, but there are different ways that LLMs have been used, including some where actually there is a more structured framework and there's more, tick boxes. Here's the things I've done. Here's the things you should check, rather than just like machine goes brr and then you get something out of it. Yeah, there is differentiation. There's also really cool research on slower creativity, where even the LLM is like just producing something slower. It appears more human-made. There's stuff there, but I'm not going to list them now because this is not off the top of my head. The paper does have more information actually. So
I think this should be the last question.
In which case, I'll give it to Luis because you had your hand. Sure. You had your hand up earlier.
No. We can deal with another.
Okay. We have 2 more questions. Excellent. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to briefly jump into the discussion between Geraint and Antonius. I was wondering, I think it might make sense to ask, in which situations does it actually matter whether the system objectively or how the system objectively contributes versus to which extent we perceive their contribution as our own versus the systems, right? There's a difference between this objective level and our subjective experience of it. And I think the subjective experience we can very well assess on black box systems, while the objective contributions, that's a different story. One of the examples that I've been studying myself, we've been studying people's perception of ownership, based on, different modalities of interactive LLMs. Now you can totally do it with black box models, but it's different from actually studying authorship as a legal concept to which we actually have to figure out how much contribution went there from different partners, right? So now we talk about context. I think if we think about that wider context, we can maybe also think a bit more about when black box models are still useful and when we need more than that.
All right. So first of all, 2 things. Spella will talk about the illusion of authority or control or ownership in a few minutes, hopefully 1 minute. Also, John McCormack has talked about authorship in the age of LLMs and multiple things, autonomy, etc. I think it's important not as a philosophical exercise, but more about what does it mean for the human user to feel like they're actually improving when they're not, because we need to apply ourselves and become better. Because if we don't and we just rely on some server somewhere, we're going to be replaceable, right? So I feel like there's more than just saying. That was not me. So I feel there's implication beyond just philosophical here. I think you should be actually changing things, because also you'll be able to copyright it later. Like there's things there that are not just does it matter, right? It does for the human more than for the technological typology of what is creativity or what is computational creativity and authorship, etc. Right? So That's it from me, I think.
No, sorry, there's the last one because it's him.
Sorry, guys.
It's
False alarm.
I think it's more of a clarification because it's about one specific point that you mentioned, which is the critique driven cycles and the refinement. I think that large language models are like designed to be refiners in a way. So my question is, what do you mean by refinement? And I think most of the people actually use them as refiners. So my question is, am I understanding your concept of refinement correctly, or do you have another idea of refinement there?
I'm going to keep it short because I also think that the assistance in the title is a very heavy-handed metaphor, because most of chatbots today are assistants or framed as assistants. I think that in order for the assistant to be meaningful, going back to Christian's comment, I think it should be integrated more into a cycle of actually, here's a moment where you need to think about it, right? Like not just, here's stuff. You want to continue? Yes, no, right? Like I feel like there's more prompting that needs to be done on the human side. It's going to be a bad metaphor, but like the LLM should prompt you a bit more rather than just just here's the next option, because you waited already 5 minutes. Press the button to continue waiting for another 5 minutes, right? Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Antonius. Now Spela is presenting a very related topic. Who's driving? Please go ahead.
Indeed, thank you. I thank also both previous speakers who actually served as a wonderful introduction to this. This is not a position paper, actually. It's a small study or an experiment that we did in an attempt to answer the second question Antonius had on one of his slides. So how to measure human LLM contribution. Okay. Why doesn't? Oh yeah. I'll start with the data set because that is at the same time the motivation for this work. So we came upon a data set that Anthropic released in December 25, consisting of interviews with different professionals using AI. So it was basically Claude asking people how do you use AI in your work. The entire data set consisted of 1,500 interviews, out of which already the data set was labeled as 125 of them were scientists and 125 were creative professionals. So we started to look at those 125. And when I started reading those interviews, they were like semi-structures, right? So the AI would first ask, okay, so can you describe your job, what you do, and so on? And then the user would go, oh, I'm a creative writer. I write children's books and I do blah, blah, blah. And then the next question would be, okay, so can you walk me through a typical project where you use AI? And the user would describe, yeah, well, I use these tools for, to get ideas, and then I generate some pictures for my books, and then I do that, and so on. And then the next question would typically be, can you describe a recent project where you used AI? And the user would do it. And then follow the question, okay, so how would you describe the dynamics of this collaboration? Who is driving the process? Who is making the decisions? And the users would typically go like, oh, no, it's me. I'm in charge. I'm making all the decisions. It's me driving the process. So it was really something when you were reading through that, you thought, like, come on, like you were using AI throughout everything that you described, and now it's you who's in charge. I mean, of course, not all interviews were such, but so we started wondering, okay, so if there is really this shift, right, in perspective, or this, can we put a finger on it? Can we design a method to somehow measure it? And so as we are, me and my co-authors, we are basically NLP people. So we started experimenting with some NLP techniques. And soon enough, we saw that, you know, whatever method we try out, we will somehow have to validate it. So we also, part of the experiment is getting external independent experts to assess this distribution of authorship. I think I can skip the related work because both of the previous speakers have mentioned a lot of studies in this area. Maybe the only thing I'd maybe emphasize for our understanding of the phenomena we were exploring, we actually found interesting and relevant works in psychology talking about human-human collaboration and how even in human-human collaboration, it often happens that people would kind of assume more authorship than they, let's say, rightfully should. So there are some nice terms like Matthew Matilda effect. If you want, you can look it up in the paper. Right, so this is basically the structure of the experiment that that I will now describe. So we were working with this relatively small data set, which we segmented into, so we actually isolated the sections of those interviews. So the basic job description, the walkthrough, a typical project, the example of a project, and the dynamics, right? So who's driving the process. And we're working only with those 4 sections and discard the rest. We also focus only on the user turns and discard AI questions, obviously. We perform the entire pipeline of linguistic preprocessing, and we also divide those interviews into more distinct creative domains because we thought there might be differences in the dynamics depending on the field somebody is working in, right? Because there were musicians, photographers, designers, creative writers, all kinds of creative people. So we performed clustering and then manually validated those domains. Okay, the first method is actually really pedestrian. We call it corpus-based analysis. We extract triplets of subject, verb, object from these interviews, and then we manually we manually code them for human versus AI agency, taking only the 200 most frequent unique triplets. So this is what we call the code book. Okay, so we have 200 basically triplets that we label. As you can see from the example, this table above, AI agency does not necessarily mean AI subject, because often the subject would be human, right? I am doing something, but when the user says, I use AI, or I use the model, or I use ChatGPT, we consider it to be AI agency, as opposed to I make the decision, I draw a picture, and so on. So we do that, and then we were able to compute some sort of, let's say, agency score for each section and for each part of the interview. So these are the results, and they are to be interpreted in the sense that the purple and bluish indicates human agency, whereas the yellow and green would be AI agency. And so what we actually wanted to see is, okay, so we noticed this shift in the last section, right, in the dynamics section, and we wanted to see, does this method actually show that shift? So the interesting, let's say, parts of this table are where you can see this distinct shift from, like, I don't know, in the web content line. There would be very, very strong AI agency in the walkthrough, but also in the dynamic, it would be, again, it would turn back to human. And the same, even more strongly happens, let's say, in music, in photography, and so on. There are drawbacks to this method that I will mention at the end in limitations. And we continued experimenting with neural-based methods. Mind you, we didn't want to use an LLM to tell us anything about, for reasons which I think you can understand. So we wanted to, and we wanted to keep the method transparent and interpretable for us. First we performed very basic clustering, encoding those triplets with a model, and then clustering those embedded versions of the triplets with k-means algorithm to see what happens. It converged to 3 clusters, of which one was rather mixed and inconclusive, the black one, whereas the other 2 were rather clearly kind of distinguished between AI agency as opposed to human agency in the green one. The slight problem was that in this clustering, we saw that the majority of the triplets were actually assigned to the human category for various reasons, right? Because I don't know, the semantic distances are not always accurate to capture semantic similarity. We then selected a different environment. So we used BERT topic, which is a topic modeling environment based on BERT sentence embeddings. So we embedded those, again, those triplets, and performed density-based clustering, which is, let's say, a slightly more refined method. And here the result was clear, relatively clear, 2 clusters. So now we were able to compute the centroids of those 2 clusters. So we have the centroid of the human agency and the centroid of the AI agency. And now we can measure the distance of each triplet to those centroids, right? So that's essentially the basis of the method. And these are the results, again, per interview section and per creative domain. And the results are slightly different than in the corpus-based methods. And I think we can sort of clearly see this tendency that, the last column, the dynamics column, is darker than the rest, right? So people do believe to retain agency, let's say, despite having described using AI in all the other sections of the interviews. Okay, and lastly, we were interested. Okay, so what would independent creative professionals say about those accounts, about those narratives? So we found 9 annotators. Unfortunately, just a single annotator per domain. Okay, they were all professionals. So our criterion was it has to be creative professionals who actually live off that. They have to, make money doing what they do. So we had a writer, we had a music producer, the designer, and blah blah. So for each domain, each interview was presented as a web page, and we presented only the first 3 parts, not the dynamics. For obvious reasons, we didn't want those annotators to see what humans thought about their, let's say, agency. But we only presented them with the way people describe their job, how they use AI, and the recent project using AI. And then there would be a slider on this webpage where the annotator would indicate the ratio of ideation, so AI share in ideation and in authorship. So we collected those results, and these were the results per creative domain. So the blue column is ideation, and the green one is authorship. In general, you can see that in some domains, so this portion of AI agency is rather high. In certain individual interviews, so these are averages, right? In certain interviews, it was as high as 90%, according to some people. In general, ideation is larger than authorship. We believe, we also received many comments from these annotators in the comment section. I think authorship is fuzzier concept for all the reasons that were mentioned earlier on, right? Because we have this lagging legislation, and it's not about, I mean, to distinguish between moral authorship and material authorship, as in copyright, it's kind of, I guess, difficult for people. But anyway, we think that this does in fact prove this discrepancy between how humans self-assess their contribution and how independent judges would. So like I said, it's a tiny experiment where we know there are several limitations. The corpus-based method requires heavy manual work, and if you only encode, I mean, if you only annotate the 200 most frequent triplets, you miss a lot of the propositions and a lot of the content in those transcripts. On the other hand, if you use the embedded versions, you do capture more of that content, but cosine similarity has been, well known to be inaccurate because it does not only measure semantic similarity, but it often also measures formal syntactic similarity, and that kind of blurs the picture. So we are not completely happy yet with the method. But okay, let's say it's a contribution to the issue that apparently many people share. And yes, as previous speakers have also emphasized, this is a well-known phenomenon by now. We do over-rely on models which are overconfident, sycophant, and so on. It's an erosion of user agency, and creates, let's say, a fiction of our oversight. That's it.
Thank you.
Simon?
Hi, great talk, thank you. I'm interested in the causes of the delusion that we're seeing here. I think it's easy to assume that it's an intrinsic matter of pride, because people want to think that they're the creative center, and probably just experience and practice. They have always been for 25 years the center of creative practice. So the idea that they're not driving it is probably difficult to take. But I wonder whether there are also external reasons why people want to downplay the creative input of the AI systems. I mean, there's a big pushback from the music industry against AI-generated music. In the arts, people object vociferously to people who are prompting artists. We've just had a senior member of this community tell everyone that they should never use LLMs ever. And so there's this pushback from from everywhere. So I wonder if I'd like you to speculate, I guess, where you think the delusion is coming from.
Yeah, I think you already indicated the answers in your question. I mean, the internal factors are probably, they reside somewhere in human psychology, and things like egocentric bias, like, that we like to think of ourselves as being, of having originated or produced an idea rather than somebody else who maybe we were talking to, and so on. So that's something that has been described in psychological literature. As for the external factors, you're absolutely right. I mean, there is this pressure coming out of the entire, I don't know, creative commercialized system in certain domains like music. There is also, I think, this overall acceleration of everything, driving people to be under this pressure to produce more, create more, have more outputs, and this kind of, I don't know, we've also been discussing that with various people in this conference. So I don't know, I can only speculate, but I guess yeah, both is Yeah, for sure. I mean, one biggest limitation of our study was that we did not have access to the original people who, the original creators who were answering those questions. Otherwise, we would have been able, I don't know, to include their artifacts in the study or ask them more questions or whatever. So we were only basically working with those. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for this presentation. It was very interesting. So I have two questions related to one paper we presented some years ago. We were able to identify, for example, that some like artists usually like to replace other artists in different domains. So usually they don't like to be replaced inside their domains, but they usually consider more to use AI tools to replace artists in other domains. So we also identified the AI aversion, so people not wanting to use AI. So I would like to ask, these are two different topics, of course, but
Yeah.
Regarding the first one, I would like to know if the people annotating just annotated their own domain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And
but
yeah.
that's the reason why I went back to this slide, because this story about this writer of children's stories. So this user does not really admit to using much AI in writing, but it uses freely AI in creating pictures, right? I'm not an illustrator, so I can generate all the images. The images inspire my writing, and that's fine. But I'm not using it for writing directly. So that's
Okay, so
yeah.
I think it would be interesting to see, for example, someone from the visual arts actually
Yeah.
assessing authorship for
You're
someone
right. Yeah.
that is doing writing but generating pictures. Okay, so
Yeah, good idea.
and
Yeah.
regarding the AI version, were you able to identify, like the same way you identified this? Did you see something in your data that I suppose there's also self-selection bias because this was a form in Gemini, right? This was
In
asked through-
Claude, yeah.
in Claude, sorry,
Yeah.
in Claude. So there's a lot of self-selection bias there. So people going there are already using AI and prone to use AI. So there's not a lot of people that are AI averse with the
For sure.
yes,
For
okay.
sure. Because that is also one thing. I mean, I realize, and I'm totally aware of the limitations of our human judgments, because we did collect metadata. We asked those annotators to tell us, do they use AI themselves, right? Because that would make a total difference. And so we do have this information. We didn't use it here because the data set was so small, but this is for sure something that might have an impact.
Hey, thanks a lot. I'm particularly intrigued by your quantitative measures. That's really cool. I feel a bit worried about, and you just brought this up yourself, the alignment of participant subjective agency assessment and some kind of expert score. So one of the questions I had, and I think you probably already answered it now, is whether you assessed AI attitudes and literacy on the expert side, controlling for that, because that might heavily shape their judgment, also involving AI bias, of course. And the other question, very much related, is I feel like you mentioned two different concepts: agency on the other hand, on the one side, on the one hand, and then ideation and authorship when talking about the expert assessments. And I kind of wonder how they map to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last part is difficult. Yeah, so I agree on this, and I think I already answered the objective versus subjective. And like I said, we didn't explore it in very much detail, but we did ask them, do you use AI in their work? So basically, we have their short responses to that. As for the okay. Right. So agency is something that perhaps we understand mostly in linguistic terms. Okay. So who is performing an action? Who is the main agent of an action? Whereas ideation and authorship are, I guess, concepts that mean, we admit it in the paper because that's a comment we received from one of the reviewers. How do you define that? We basically intuitively define it. So I don't know. According to Slovenian copyright law, where the study was performed, there is this distinction between moral authorship and a material authorship. So ideation is defined, let's say, as the process which leads from, the initial idea, contemplate, blah, 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 to, let's say, a creative product. Whereas the authorship is then the relationship between the creator and the artifact, let's say. The way we explained it to the annotators, they did receive a short explanation what we mean by ideation and by authorship, so that they would assess that collaboration through that light. And we also actually, I'm not sure why, I mean, that was probably my decision, but in those instructions, we said, try to consider authorship not from the legal perspective, try to consider it as if it were collaboration with a human. So if, you were reading those transcripts, so I did this and the other person did that, how would you divide it between those two agents, let's say?
Okay, thank you, Spela. Now, Kaiser will propose a new layer. Let's listen.
Was just for that we decided PDF. I think it's PDF. Open just in the yeah.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina Kaitsera, and I will read. Sorry. I will present today my full paper, Digital Way Towards an Ecological Relational Layer for Generative AI in Computational Creativity. My focus is computational creativity evaluation, and infrastructure matters here because it changes how creativity claims can be read. My main question is simple. When we evaluate a generative AI system as creative, do we also see the infrastructure that made this process possible? Sorry. Computational creativity evaluation usually asks 3 questions. What was produced, how was it produced, and how was it received? And my paper keeps these questions, and it adds one more question to the evaluation record. What infrastructure made this process possible? This question works alongside artifact process and reception. It gives context for how creativity claims are read. The issue appears when similar claims rest on very different search conditions. 2 systems can make similar claim. Both may present a creative result shaped by search and selection, but the path can be very different here. One system may use a small local workflow and limited number of generation, and another may use a hosted model, many more generations, and many discarded candidates. The final claim may look similar, but the infrastructural path is different. So my question is, should that path be visible in the evaluation record. The proposal comes from inside computational creativity evaluation. The field already asks for explicit criteria. It already asks for defensible evidence, and it already asks how systems should be compared. And it also looks at the process constraints and auditability. So the proposal extends the existing CC evaluation logic to contemporary generative AI workflows. If creative search now depends on computer regime, generation count, model access, and hidden infrastructure, then these conditions should also enter the evaluation record. The layer is called infrastructural situatedness. It's a cross-cutting conditional layer within computational creativity evaluation. It sits across artifact process and reception, and its role is evaluation context. It connects infrastructure to how creativity claims are read. It helps us to ask for questions. How should this system be compared? How should its process be interpreted? And how do infrastructural constraints shape the creative search? And what evidence makes this search auditable? Infrastructural situatedness does not assign a creativity. It shows the conditions under which the creativity claim was made. Why does this matter now? Because many contemporary generative systems depend on large infrastructure. They run through GPUs, data centers, hosted services, electricity cooling systems, and emissions. These conditions differ across the tasks, models, providers, and regions. It expands what evaluation record considers. Creative search may now include repeated inference, hosted models, discarded candidates, and scale. So infrastructure is no longer only background implementation. It becomes part of the evaluative context. So the next question is practical. What exactly should be recorded? A minimal evaluation record is enough here. It stays smaller than a full lifecycle assessment because the focus is creative evaluation. It can include the computer regime, transparency and uncertainty, the model or system, the task or modality, the generation count, and the non-level of resource intensity. This field should also show how the estimate was made. Where did the number come from and what assumptions were used? What remains uncertain? The aim is auditability under uncertainty. The record makes hidden infrastructure visible and inspectable. A record matters only if it changes interpretation, and here are 4 mechanisms. The first, comparative interpretation. Similar outputs might come from different compute regimes. Second is process interpretation. Generation history changes how we read search, autonomy, and selection. Third, constraint-based creativity. Resource budget can shape the creative space itself. And the fourth, auditability of creative search. Logs, API histories, version control, and discarded samples can make the path inspectable. So the layer adds evidence around the creativity claim, and creativity remains with existing criteria: novelty, value, process, autonomy, and reception. I now move to case demonstration. Digital weight is an artwork built on a repeated generative process. The visible image changes very little, but the process keeps running. With each cycle, the work records 4 things: electricity, CO2 emissions, cooling water, and generation count. The work is based on published coefficients, which I translate into the contrast on screen. The viewer sees the image as an accumulating process. In digital weight, the image stays almost still, but the structural record keeps changing. Initially, it's on video. This is what the case shows for computational creativity evaluation. If we look only at the image, we miss much of the process. The artifact is nearly static, but the work repeats generation acts. It repeats them as a fixed cadence. It accumulates counters, it exposes resource intensity, and it shows generation rhythm. So output novelty alone does not show the full process. The output remains almost static. The infrastructural process here becomes the moving part. Digital weight shifts the creativity claim from the image as a static output to the generative process as an accumulating infrastructure record. This proposal has a clear scope. It is strongest for resource-intensive generative AI workflows. For example, image or video generation, hosted models, API use, batch scale sampling, large generation count, and repeated inference. These are the cases where infrastructural conditions can be documented more clearly. Other creative systems may need adapted fields. This includes robotic art, embodied systems, live performance, and hybrid material practices. So this is our modular protocol, and it can be adapted to different systems. This slide is about uncertainty. Exact footprint accounting is beyond the scope here. So the record should show assumptions, reported numbers or factors, uncertainty boundaries, transparent method, and auditable estimates. The question is not, is every number perfectly exact? The question is, can we see where the numbers come from? Can we see what was included? And can we see what was left outside? The numbers are contextual here, and the context should also be visible. So this is why the aim is auditability over precision. And to conclude, infrastructural situatedness is a conditioning layer within computational creativity evaluation. It makes visible conditions that are often hidden: compute regime, generation count, resource intensity, transparency, uncertainty, and workflow history. These conditions do not decide whether the system is creative, but then they condition how creativity claims are compared, justified, put in context, and audited. And my final point is when computational scale becomes part of creative search, the evaluation record should make that scale inspectable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kata. Questions?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I like this kind of work because I want to see, I would like to see more this kind of work at ICCC that relates resource consumption with creativity. But I want to try to understand a bit better your argument, because for me, so first of all, you mentioned the three, the product, the process, and how people receive it. And then you include another one, another kind of criteria. Are you saying that this should be a new criteria for assess creativity, or is just a way to evaluate computational systems? Because I was always, when you were presenting, I was trying to compare these, what you were saying, with the idea of assessing creativity in human systems. So how you assess, and resource consumption is usually associated with harder problems. And we've had people talking at the conference saying that we should make hard, at least CC hard again. So my question is less consumption better, but more consumption, more creative? So I was going through these questions and I would like to hear your opinion, if I was clear.
Thank you for the question. No, the so it's not like the sustainability layer, what comes after the evaluation process. Sorry, I have backup with PDF, so I cannot just jump to the to the slide what I need. So it's like the lens. So infrastructural situatedness, it's it giving you context. So of course, it's not evaluate the creativity itself only by infrastructure. For example, the artist used a lot of resources and it's worse art. Of course, no. It's just giving you the context, and it's the basic where we need to, like, it's a new age where we use very resource heavy things, and it's just the basic. We need to go in a lot of fields. For example, here, infrastructural situatedness, of course, it's the most logical, it's a process, because process already asks how it was made. So why not to ask how many generations you did? It's just logical. I just adapted to our resource heavy technological civilization. But as well, the reception and artifact. For example, if you use it as a lens, for example, I, as a viewer, know that, for example, two very similar artifacts use completely different paths. For example, one artifact used only one generation, and another one used, I don't know, 20,000 of generations and a lot of discarded candidates. Maybe I will have another view on these two artifacts, but it's not decide if it's creative or no. It's just like a evaluation context.
Thank you, Katarina. You talk about resources, and it's very important what resources are being spent. I think it's also relevant whose resources. So who owns these resources, who provides these resources, and at what cost to them, or at what cost to us? And I feel there's something there to be said about, techno-feudalism, that we're basically, owing to some benevolent entity the resources. So I'm not sure you could track this, or under uncertainty track where these resources are coming from, but that might also be a nice dimension for your study.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, of course, it's very important to know who who have these resources and how these resources was taken from the earth, but it's not in the scope of this paper, because full life cycle, it's just impossible to see. We just, at least we need to start with a minimal record, what artists can see by themselves. And here's the tabella. You can see what it's just the minimum what you can see. But of course, after the artist will adapt and it will become basic, then maybe in some years we could. But for example, as an artist, you cannot access this information, and then it's very strange to ask from the artist this information. But it's very important, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for your excellent presentation. This is a very provoking topic, and I'm thinking a lot at the moment, and I have a very complex comment. If you could go back to the slide that you had a few moments ago, that one with the
like it's the same. Okay.
Yes, the very basic one. Where did you start from?
Yeah. Sorry.
So I wanted to comment on this general idea first. So this is very similar to the idea of the 4 Ps. So having the product, the artifact, the process by its what it is being produced with, and the person, and that's lacking from your framework. But then the reception, which is the press. And I've been really interested in this area, and together with Christian Kuckelsberger, who's sitting over there, we had a couple of years ago a paper about what we call the perceptual window of evidence in computational creativity evaluation. And we posed this question of how much does it actually impact the evaluation of layman to see the computational process by which something is produced. And we studied it within embodiment, and Christian's excellent PhD student actually proved that it does have an effect on how items are being evaluated. So yes, this is very relevant work from that point of view, and thank you for contextualizing that in the economic and climate crisis that we're currently having in. And I think that is, from that perspective alone, this is very worthwhile work and important. But from the creativity perspective, I would like to point out that when we have been doing evaluation, we have sort of there has been a debate about how should we evaluate creativity in the first place. And these measures are very efficiency oriented. And we have been, there have been a lot of people who have said that when evaluating human use of co-creativity or systems that just help you in creation, you cannot use the same efficiency methods that have been used in evaluation of human-computer interaction before. So from that point of view, I think this is opening a really interesting area. And I would like to hear your comment on the idea that kind of from a large scale perspective, I do understand that we do need to pay attention to resource use. And from that point of view, I think this is excellent for any kind of casual creativity or very efficiency oriented, where you just need, for example, a picture, but you don't have the resources or funds to have an artist do it for you. And that kind of work, yes, we do need to measure the efficiency of the production from that point of view. But how do you see it to fall within this debate over this evaluation within computational creativity? Is this efficiency-oriented direction the right one to go, or when should we go towards that, and when should we focus on other factors?
Sorry, can you repeat the question a little bit with a simpler words? Sorry, my English is very bad.
So this goes to the very core of what should we evaluate when we evaluate computational creativity. You proposed a system in which efficiency is at the forefront, whereas in many creativity solutions, there has been a finding that efficiency is not what we should be evaluating, because the human experience depends on multiple other factors. And I am really interested in your take on that when we have these large-scale systems being used globally, I understand perfectly that we do need measures for efficiency, because that impacts the life on Earth as we know it. But within computational creativity, do you find that this efficiency measure should be taken kind of equally important, more important, less important, or is it a contextual thing?
Thank you so much for the question. I will not tell this paper is about the efficiency. Because yes, artifact process reception and how you told there is the persona more. I didn't add persona because I thought it's not it's not good for exactly this point here. But if I will now find the slides. Actually, I wasn't talking about the efficiency itself. It's just one more basic thing, what we would like to assume by when we evaluate. I don't know with which methods you want to evaluate, or more efficient or less efficient, more experience-based. I just telling that this layer would give you more context and more answers how you can perceive these artworks. So, for example, comparative interpretation, maybe it's about the efficiency, because if very two similar artifacts, then maybe as well the efficiency path can give you more context. But as well, for example, if person is working with art and the artists like infrastructure can itself be an artistic process. When, for example, the person is given like, sorry, like I wanted to tell that it's not only about the efficiency. I wanted to tell that it's just to have to sit inside this evaluation process.
Yeah, thank
Sorry.
you for that examination. So my understanding is that you are not seeing this as separate from the current evaluations that we do, but as an addition to that and as an additional framing to the work that is being done.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
So actually, it's just at first, yeah, it's addition. It's just the addition to what already you are doing, and how the path, how you want to evaluate, more efficient or less efficient, more about the persona and experience and reception, or more about the process. It's like, it's just giving you the context. I'm not about the efficiency. Is it? Did I answer you a little bit? Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a thing, please.
Okay, Emil Poliak will present now his paper. The title is there.
Thank you.
Let's listen.
Working? Yes. So just for everybody who is absolutely craving coffee, this is a short paper, so I only have 7 minutes. And this is about the human side. And I want to present this paper in a way that is a supplemental material for the paper, because I want to establish a little bit more context and a little bit more kind of background where this is coming from and why am I talking about this at all. So the first thing is an assignment. I'm not giving you this assignment, but this was an assignment that was given to me by my professor many years ago, and the whole class, and without any additional information, without any additional comments, and then after many years again, and about 20 years ago when I started teaching, I could not wait to pay this evil thing forward to my students and get them do it. And the same effect happened. Firstly, confusion, and then suspicion. And the suspicion was about this is some trick, right? Because 20%, I cannot just like do some nonsense thing in this essay, and I should really dig deeper. And one of my favorite examples is a memorable example. A student submitted this essay describing how they washed the dishes in the sink after the family dinner, rinsed and wiped and placed on the rack, and repeat. And then somehow, seemingly out of nowhere, some kind of idea surfaced. And that eventually became his thesis idea, which was super successful. And this was kind of one of those things where you realize that some things really teach you to think about how you think. And those things seem to be great and memorable and very satisfying to participate in. So I'm associate professor in a College of Art and Design in Philadelphia, and we have all kinds of programs and departments, from fashion to architecture to product design, digital media, and we do a lot of making. And the foundation of these making is the foundations, where students need to be exposed into all kind of areas of design, what we call foundational skills, and then produce work that it might be unpolished, but it established that trained eye that can learn then further and develop further. So typically how we did this in the past was, one of the examples is go through trash. And this was literally dig from a trash when our building was recabled with Ethernet cables, and this was thrown out, actually 50 of these. And we just took this into the classroom and said, can we do something with this? So absolutely no direction again. So what did you think yesterday? A cable spool. And if I stop my presentation right here and turn it off and say nothing, and even if you didn't want, you would probably have some kind of dream with this spool, because it just went into your subconscious. You cannot delete it. You cannot unsee it. And now there's the question, right? So, so what came after was the students' imagination, right? Something that they started thinking about what they can put in here, what they can extract, what they can take away, what they can input, and also considering the three-dimensionality and everything that we wanted to teach them, they actually brought into the class. So it was more like a provocation rather than kind of a projection of information to them. And then we took this spool and we thought about it as an item in space and how people would experience it and what it would represent at all. And then we thought about it as some kind of mechanism that maybe becomes a game, and eventually became a video game, which was a replaceable spool system with a cartridge on it that was the spool itself, that was a replaceable physical set observed through a camera, fed through a game engine, and superimposed with a game character performing things. And at the same time, the spool was motorized, syncing with the game progression and everything. So we essentially taught many things. They learned a lot of foundations, a little bit of physical computing, a little bit of lighting and photography and the camera work, and many other aspects in one class, essentially. So it did the job. Now, this is just a view of the thing in action. But then what happened was generative AI came, and I'm sure many other higher educational institutions started to have this condition of FOMO. And then they asked for faculty, do you use AI in your classes, especially in design fields, especially in foundations? You use AI, and you get 3 flowers for today's effort. You don't use AI, it's not too good. And nobody actually knew what to do with it. So in many cases, faculty brought in some AI and said, okay, figure it out and then disclose it, what you did with it. So there was absolutely no instruction about how to deal with it. And the information out there said that this makes you more creative, enhances creativity, and you can ideate with it. And these mysterious things confuse students. So what we came up with 2 years ago is a little bit of a sort of theoretical framing for it that we wanted to make in a way that, and we know that there's a substantial amount of study and research and literature about imagination and creativity, but we wanted to do something that actually communicates to students so they understand what's going on. We define the heteromorphic imagination as fluid, unconstrained, and playful. And it leads to a metamorphic gesture, which is a turning point where a crystallization happens. And we represented it in a 3-dimensional double conical helix. And then we mapped it to a Fermat spiral, because then time goes away and sequentiality goes away, and everything is folded into a single understanding. So my question is, are we talking about co-creation or are we talking about co-imagination? Do we expect imagination to be supplemented with these tools, or we expect something that is more production-oriented, more execution-oriented? And what happens if imagination gets outsourced? Because currently the input is describe what you want and describe what you don't want, and then choose from the output most of the times. And I'm not talking about customized systems, but systems that students would sit down and use first time when they're asked to try something out. So there are several risks of utilizing AI for imagination, and one is the premature crystallization of ideas, where ideas are expressible, or the system demands you to express your ideas prematurely using language, while they're actually not completely formed in your head, and it will require more incubation time. The other interesting thing is the double expression, compression that happens, where you want to convert your experiences about imagining something into an ordinary language, and then convert that into a prompt optimized language that actually becomes compatible with the machine. And that's about it. Sorry about being a little bit over.
Thank you, Emil. Questions?
Thank you very much for your point of view. It's very interesting because, as I understood, you told about problem before generalization prompt, right?
Yes, correct.
And I think what's the difference between our own hard writing and prompt? It's the same. I can write my thought with my hard writing, and I can do it with a prompt too. What's the
difference?
Yes.
The difference is that
how we can check it.
So in the context of a class with students who are beginning their studies,
yes,
they probably don't have the correct vocabulary. They don't have the words. So they describe things in a simplistic way, rather,
yes,
and in ways that are really diverging from their original vision that it's maturing in their head. So we don't really let them, this idea of put your idea into a prompt is forcing you to express something that is maybe in a stage of inexpressible.
But they can do it by their native language. Okay, but any case, it's a good question. So with your paper.
Well, in the design field, they cannot use their native language or the ordinary language, right? Because if you want to become a designer, you need to be specific enough with your terminology and vocabulary to be to describe something.
Okay.
That, it's kind of like, you can prompt something and say, make a shot that looks like this shot out of, like, I don't know, Inception film. So you ask it to mimic something, right? Or you can know the camera lenses, you can know lighting, you can know composition, you know design elements, and you know all that, and you can describe it that way. So they're supposed to know that because they want to become designers and they want to communicate with systems in the future that will be much better, that will basically understand the terminology. So that's the issue here. And that's why I wanted to establish the context of learners.
Yes.
This is not about users or general users. This is about people who study right now in the classroom, and we just don't know how their life is going to look like in 4 years from now.
Yes, it's even before over realizing car. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Interesting.
More questions?
There's a question.
Oh.
No, just a quick one. Why would it be typical or specific just to learners and just to design? I think, it's a universal feature of disruption of this entire process, right? It's like, I don't know, maybe a metaphor could be, it's like if you get the sensation that you might be hungry, and then 2 seconds later your stomach is full. So like, that's the way I understand this premature crystallization. No?
I think I would need to show you examples, because actually what happened when they started using AI, the output started to look very similar. They were things that we discovered in each of them, and we were wondering, okay, maybe we used the wrong software or the wrong tool or the model or whatever. So if you're concentrating on that side of the things, and then we looked at the input, and the input was the problem. So the garbage in, garbage out just happened. And because we didn't allow them to do the dishwashing and come up with something that it's seemingly just came to them, if that makes sense.
Hi. This is more of a comment on your question, I think. The way I understand it, you were asking like, okay, is it a problem because their stomach becomes full, right? Or not? Okay. I was just gonna say that, well, your stomach can become full, but that depends on what you're eating, right? And there's like, or how you're eating as well.
Tend to look forward that, between this first sensation of hunger and then the meal that you're going to either cook or, go shopping for groceries, decide what you want to eat, go shopping, prepare a meal, sit down and consume it, and so on. So if you compress all that into, the 2 seconds between a thought, and then you already have, so that was, that's the way I understood this premature crystallization. It simply isn't. So it's premature. It's not mature, right?
Yeah.
It's like a
I get it.
premature
Yeah.
baby.
Hi, Emil. I really like your presentation. I was curious if you can speak of crystallization in the context of metaphors and the metaphors we talked about earlier in the day, and perhaps like where you sort of drew that from and where the idea came from. Like there was this paper I was reading once, they were talking about like asymptomatic risks of AI or like asymptomatic effects, and also maybe developing immunization. And that was a study that was done with the radiologists, so you can see the influence of the field. And I was just curious, maybe also, about your design practice as
So
well.
essentially the crystallization as a metaphor.
Yeah.
Well, it's not it's nothing to do with AI, right? Because the moment of crystallization typically happens spontaneously. If people don't think about their thinking, if they don't think about and especially artists, I don't know how many artists are here, but many times we feel really guilty that we procrastinated a lot on something. But actually, if you analyze your thinking, you actually spend a lot of time on seeing things from 100 different, angles and lenses, and that crystallization has the evolution that led to it. So, I mean, in terms of vocabulary and metaphors and what we use for this, I think it is very fluid. And I mean, even creativity is not, there's no consensus on what creativity is. And if you ask an engineer, they will describe creativity totally different from an artist, or, in other fields. And also many times I found that people actually, when they say creativity, they actually think of ingenuity and not creativity. So there's a lot of, we never talked this much about creativity before, that's for sure. Yes.
Just your last comment caught my attention. Can you speak a little bit about creativity versus ingenuity?
Okay, Emil, thank you very much. Well, this was a fantastic session. Thank you to all the presenters and all the people who intervened. Now we have a coffee break.
Welcome to the next session. We will start in a minute, but please already take out your phone and scan the QR code here. That will save us some time. Take out your phone, scan the QR code. In a minute, you will hear what it's about, or you can read it as well. Okay, it's nice and quiet. Let's get started. before the actual session, Luis will have a word, and then we will have 2 contributed talks, and then the first invited keynote of the conference. So, Luis, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. So basically this year we decided to reboot the task force, and we're trying to explore different initiatives to understand a bit better what we should be doing. And this is one of them. So this is a survey on venue choices and many other topics. So please fill it in so that we can, using data, actually take decisions and share this data with the steering committee, for example. So thank you so much. Just one thing, we're gonna probably have a presentation on the task force during the assembly. We would like to, so during the general assembly. So if you're curious, that's where we're gonna present what we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then we are ready to move to the first talk. So, Michaela, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoy your coffee. My name is Michaela Aucher, and if any of you speak French, I know that's not the way you pronounce it, but spare me, please. I'm going to be presenting Ivy, or Evie, as I pronounce it. Again, pronunciation. Basically, this is the result of my undergrad's thesis, so I'm very excited to be here and telling you about it. EV is a neurosymbolic approach to incremental and validated generation of interactive fiction worlds. So long title there, but what is interactive fiction? An interactive fiction world. Think of text-based games. So if any of you may remember Sork, it was a pretty popular game where the system describes what's around you and you can do stuff natural like language. So you do your input and then the game moves forward. And it's like turn-based. So the world is made from locations, items, characters, puzzles, and a key objective. So what is our goal here? Our goal is to generate a complete world like this, but automatically, that a player can then pick up and play. So what is the problem? The problem is there's a tension with we need creativity and creative freedom, but also we need that the world stays coherent throughout the game because, again, it's a game. So what we did was, we have the LLMs, which have that creativity that we want. So they're fluid, then they do creative narratives on demand, and they can improvise. And then we have the symbolic systems, which are handcrafted rules that guarantee this coherence and this consistency. But one is not coherent and the other one is rigid. So what we did was give each part what it does best. So we gave the LLM to generate the story, like the world components, the descriptions, the backstory, and the objective framing. And then the symbolic side is there to maintain the world state and the coherence throughout the gameplay. So this is what IV means. So it's incremental and validated interactive experiences. It's not interactive games because the acronym didn't work. So it's interactive experiences. So what is EV? So EV was built on top of Pashador. Pashador is a neurosymbolic engine that plays a world and keeps it coherent turn by turn. So it's basically the gameplay part. So the play-by-play. And then EV generates the world itself. So instead of having authored worlds, you can have a world that is your own and made automatically. So if you don't see it, it's fine. It's not important, but there's 2 ways to spark a world in EV. We have 2 modes. The first one is the generation mode, the generate mode, and it lets the LLM have freedom and the system take responsibility of what the world is about. And then the inspiration mode, which kind of gives you like a little input box where you can put an idea or a paragraph or a word, and then it creates a world around that idea or whatever you told the system. And then you just play it how you would play a text-based game. So it describes what's around you, and then you just input what you want to do next. So for example, go to the library, take the key, whatever. So how exactly are these worlds made? So when we were thinking about how to make these worlds, we realized that it's much easier if you know what you want, which sounds straightforward. So we made that everything in the world kind of serves the objective. So the objective is the main part of the story, and each location, each item, each character, puzzle, and the backstory of the whole world serves this objective. There's 5 objective types, so it's more fun and has more different worlds. And well, so how do we create that? Okay, so we made a 4-stage pipeline. The first step is to have the adventure core, meaning the theme, the protagonist, and the objective type. So we don't need to verify anything here because it's just the story. Then we take that and we go through the second step, which is the world structure. So it takes that and it gives us the key locations, the items, the characters, but no detail, just the list of things that should exist in the world. And we do validate this and check if it's the correct element count that the step 1 gave us. Then we take that and we put it through the third step, which is the world materialization. So it gives us the descriptions, the positions of each item inside the world, and the spatial connection of the world. So what's next to what, and what items are inside what locations. We do a lot of validation here because every location has to be reachable for the player and the objective needs to be solvable. So think about if the objective is to grab a book from the library, the book should exist and it should be in the library. And then we take that and we add challenges because the game is not fun without challenges. So we add puzzles and blocked passages that the player has to unblock and solve. And then we do another validation of all the previous steps, and we do a validation of the puzzles, meaning if a wizard gives you a riddle and you need to solve it, and it gives you a key to somewhere, well, then the wizard should have the key to that place. And well, if any of these steps fail, if it's a easy fix, meaning it should have put the book inside the library and it's not there, we add it there. But if it's like a big thing, we do the step, only the step that failed, again, up to 3 times. So another thing that we realized when we were playing ourselves was that having some kind of memory was very important for maybe like just talks, or maybe you went to the library again and it describes the whole thing again, and it just becomes really repetitive. And NPCs tend to forget dialogue that they just told you 2 turns ago. So we added a little bit of memory with RAG. So each turn is stored as an atomic memory, meaning the action that was done, the narration of the scene, and a world state summary. And then before narrating the next turn, Ivy retrieves the top 3 most relevant past memories. And so if you already talked to a character, it won't tell you, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you, because you already know the character. So here's how we tested it. We had 8 testers. You can probably see it better with the tree, but we had 2 LLMs, 2 languages, and some with RAG and some without RAG, just to check if it actually made a difference. And with a fixed world size. So only 4 locations, 4 items, 2 characters, and only 1 puzzle. You're good. So what did we found with those tests? So first of all, the completion of the games. Every tester completed, oh, by the way, sorry. Each tester did 3 worlds. So the first one was a tutorial just to learn how the game worked. And second one was generate mode, the one I talked about earlier. And the third one was inspiration mode. So with that, every tester finished the generate mode world. However, only 50% finished the inspiration mode, which leads us to believe that the tighter the theme may expose some validation gaps and makes it like a difficult world to solve. But yeah, then we did realize that when we were watching the testers play, that they watched for a lot over the time that we expected them to play, because they were generally having fun. Like they were just talking with everyone, exploring the world. We really thought each world would take up to like maybe 30 minutes, and one of them took an hour and a half for one world because they were just talking with everyone. And yeah, we thought that was really cool. Then we did ask if they felt like the theme of the inspiration mode was coherent with what they put in the input. And we found that everyone thought it was coherent, so that's great. Couple of bad things. Some of the testers bypassed puzzles just by saying they solved it. So they would say, oh, I solved the puzzle. You didn't solve it. You need to solve the riddle. But they were like, no, I solved it. And well, the system would tell them, great, you solved it. So yeah, we need to get better at that. But yeah, so as I said earlier, it's still hard for LLMs sometimes to do those kind of stuff and not give the right to the player and actually stay coherent with the world. Also, there were a lot of cryptic puzzles that may be easy for an LLM, but not for a human playing. Like some of these riddles were really hard on players. So that's also a thing to check. So all in all, what works? So we saw that this symbolic validation does prevent inconsistencies that pure LLM systems do suffer. So the worlds stay consistent and coherent throughout the gameplay. That's really important and something that pure LLM systems do not have. Items did not just spark in the middle of the gameplay if they didn't exist earlier. And this did not kill the LLM's creative freedom. So the worlds were still creative, the gameplay was still fun, the narrations were great, but it was coherent. So also another important thing is that this splitting of the generation into small validated stages could be very useful beyond interactive fiction, like having a staged pipeline. So what do we think comes next? Well, we would have loved to segment RAG memory by type. So each location has a different memory. Each NPC has a different memory. Each puzzle has a different memory, just so they don't get confused when grabbing the most relevant memories. Also, we would love to have NPCs with explicit personalities and storylines, so to make the world seem more alive while playing it. And we would love to also try some open source models to see if they work differently. But yeah, that's all. Oh, didn't switch the. It's okay. There you go. That's the QR code. Thank you. So thank you. That's the QR code. And also, since the system is built on top of Bachelor and Bachelor is here as a short paper, we will be part of the demo of Bachelor. So if you want to come try EV and Bachelor, you can come tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Questions?
Hello, amazing talk. I wanted to ask about spatial awareness, especially in terms of, so a lot of games have been criticized for having maps that don't make sense or like geographies that don't make sense. So how does this deal with that kind of spatial awareness? It's so intricate and hard to.
That's a great question. And it's something we thought about actually. When making this, we saw that maybe a forest was next to a desert and it didn't quite make sense. So explicitly, when we ask the LLM to make locations of the core like adventure, we ask it to make sense. Like if there's a location that makes no sense to the next, add a third location in the middle to make sense of that passage. So yeah, that was a problem we did have, and it's a problem with I think did solve because the worlds that were made after that didn't have that issue. But yeah, interesting.
I enjoyed your talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just speak a little bit on how you recruited the participants and kind of what their demographics were for the human evaluation?
Right. So this is my undergrad's thesis. So we didn't have a lot of nationalities. All of them were Uruguayan, as me. What we did try was that some of them were gamers and some of them were not. So we did have to find some non-gamers in a engineering university, which is kind of hard. But we did. So some of them are not gamers. But besides that, we did have like some 30-year-olds, some 20-year-olds, but that's about it from the age gap. So yeah, that's something to get better at.
Just briefly, did you see different results for the gamers versus non-gamers?
Actually, I did. One of them that was a non-gamer, but did read a lot of books, tended to do more intricate, like, oh, I want to go to the library and check this book out and do this. And they wrote like a long, long text for each of the rounds. And that was really interesting because the gamers usually went to, okay, I want to go to the library, take the book, do this. But then, yeah, it's really interesting to see different gameplays.
So thank you. From my side, really great speech and talk. My question is not so much about the difference between non-gamers and gamers, but you mentioned something around they played longer than you expected. Were you able to measure some sort of engagement or, let's say, retention metric in traditional game? We mentioned like we measure retention, fun, and other metrics. Is there something that, because I want to kind of understand whether these kind of this format has a future, basically.
Yeah, interesting question. We did two things to kind of try to measure that. The first one was when the players were playing, we're not physically with them, but we were seeing all of the things that they were doing on another computer, on another part of the world. And they did not stop playing in the hour and a half that they were there. And they were very interested in like talking with people and doing all of that. So it was crazy to see like the round by round go and just seeing what they were doing and that they were actually engaged. So that's a personal opinion by seeing how they played. But then we did do like a survey after they finished the 3 worlds. And in the survey, most of them said that they had a lot of fun and that it was very great to play a world that they always wanted to play in. So for instance, fanatics of different movies, they were really like, I don't know, they were like, oh, I never thought I was going to play like Catching Nemo, Finding Nemo as a game. And yeah, so they did say a lot of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How would you characterize the creativity of the games or the game playing that results from this system?
So we did ask the players if they thought they were creative worlds, but also we played a lot of ourselves. We tested it a lot. We saw that the generate mode sometimes fell into like cliches. So some of the generate mode games were like medieval or Pirates of the Caribbean stuff. But then having that inspiration mode where you can actually input something weird, I don't know, like a weird word or something that doesn't make sense, or like, I don't know, whatever you want. And then they make like, Evie makes a world on that. I think that's the creative part because you can play a world about something that you may not play otherwise.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's thank the speaker again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And we are ready to move on to the second paper of this session. The paper is titled Evolving to the Aesthetics of a Vision Language Model, as you will see in a minute. Now we need some computer-generated music here.
I've just disconnected for whatever reason, but perhaps while it's reconnecting.
Take your time.
Yeah, so my name is Stephen. I'm a postdoc from Monash University from SensiLab. I work with John McCormack. And well, for whatever reason, this isn't working, but perhaps I can start talking about the paper a little bit. So the paper is titled Evolving to the Aesthetics of a Vision Language Model. And I had a few questions with some really nice slides that I'm going to ask. So maybe I'll just from the top of my head. This community has focused on this problem before, but first question is, can we evolve to aesthetics? Can we evolve to some sort of aesthetic measure? And I would say that this community and others have shown that in some ways we can, depending on how we define this aesthetic. So we've seen this kind of work in typography. We've seen this work in form. Oh, okay. So then maybe if we pull this up, I'll move this here. We will be golden. There we go. Great. So there we go. And so we've seen some work that has tackled this problem, and we can definitely see that in very certain circumstances that we can do this. But then with this comes the sort of problem of, well, how can a program measure aesthetics? And you'll notice I put this in quotations, right? And this is another challenge that different researchers have come to tackle. And there's been a lot of work in trying to not only just measure aesthetics, but to create systems which have their own aesthetic, for example, and to define why it is important that a system has an aesthetic. But it's still a lot of interesting places that we can explore here. And with modern vision language models, one question that we were interested in is, could modern VLMs be a solution to this? And if you look at the literature, there is sort of a lot of work that suggests that maybe not a complete solution, but it is sort of usable. So I think researchers here designed a coin, and they used kind of, I think, a clip-based approach or something like this. William Latham recently had an exhibition with DeepMind, where they were using Gemini basically as some kind of critic to select sort of designs to evolve to. And then in the machine learning community, this sort of field is called image quality analysis. And this has got a rich history. Clip IQA, for example, is a very good method a relatively good method for doing this kind of work. And so before I jump into the other paper, I wanted to ask one more question, which is, in a world now dominated by diffusion modeling for generative systems, is there still a reason to use bespoke generative algorithms or parametric models? And I argue, yes. And definitely within artistic practice, I think they are still very relevant. I imagine there's a lot of researchers here that agree with me. What's up? So within this paper, we sort of had two goals that we wanted to explore. The first is, so work had already started using vision language models for this kind of stuff. But at first we wanted to compare two different paradigms. One, which is a point-wise approach, where we give a score of the aesthetics. And one is a pairwise comparison approach, where we keep comparing pairs within a population and then rank the entire population based on aesthetics. And we wanted to center this within artistic practice. So we did this with a real system using real artistic practice. And yeah. So just quickly, like I sort of described, point-wise, the whole goal is that we want to produce a score for an artifact. And so if we run through the population, this would be in a linear time complexity. And the score is often sort of independent of the population, right? So it's kind of like an objective score. Whereas pairwise evaluation, the final aesthetic score is highly dependent on the population that it is operating in. So we perform a lot of these pairwise games. Which one is better? Are they equal under whatever criteria? And we can rank them. And this is a quadratic time complexity, so much more compute. But there is work that kind of suggests that the way humans evaluate things like emotion and whatnot is more ordinal and more based on this kind of comparison approach, as opposed to an objective aesthetic measure. And so to test these different approaches, we took Clip IQA as a pointwise. Clip IQA is a very good and tested method for representational image quality analysis, but it hadn't been tested on more non-representational images, right? And so there's a great paper. It's cited in the paper if you want to know the technical details of how it works. It's quite simple, but basically uses the clip model as a backbone to generate a single score under something called antonym prompt pairings. So the idea here is, instead of providing a single goal saying how much, like, is this a good design? We will pair good design with another prompt, which is its opposite. So perhaps bad design. And by combining these two methods and these two antonym prompt pairings, you can actually generate a score. And the authors of Clip IQA showed that it's pretty okay at doing that. For pairwise, we decided to use an open source language model. I think it was the 8 billion parameter Gwen model. And so this operates a little bit differently. In this case, we've got to create a single prompt, right? And so the prompts will sort of outline the criteria. And then we pass our two images into that, and we ask the language model to choose which one better meets that criteria, or if they're a draw, to just tell us that it can't differentiate between them. And then another thing we add onto this, quadratic time complexity, obviously this can be very compute intensive. So we also explored pairing this with the Glyco ranking system. So we don't need to compare every single comparison. We can operate on a subset and try estimate the ranking. So the difference between the two is the first method will generate sort of a score for every design, and we'll use that score to rank everything. Whereas this method plays these kind of pairwise games, and through this, we can estimate the ordinal ranking. In terms of the case study, we wanted to center this in practice. And so we took a real generative harmonograph line drawing system. It's a parametric system, has a set of, I think, 22 parameters that can be used to generate these designs. This is a bespoke system. It's not based off some diffusion-based model or anything like that. And then we sort of had this practice-based study, but we also collected a bunch of quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics. And just a bit about the system itself. It takes inspiration from a harmonograph, which is this kind of device where I think you kind of have like a string and a pen, and you use these oscillations to draw something. And so the program itself simulates this with some few other parameters. And as you saw before, when I showed sort of the exhibition, it has been used in practice. The artwork has been exhibited. And here are some designs. So I wanted to sort of differentiate. If you look at the first two designs, these are the kind of designs the artist wants to create. Structured, maybe more aesthetically pleasing, depends on who's looking at it. But most of the design space is filled with these bottom two designs. Kind of messy, unstructured. Maybe you prefer them, maybe you don't, but the artist wants these top designs. So this is what we're trying to find. With the aesthetic measure, we paired it with a basic genetic algorithm on the parameter space. And the idea is that we would first generate our population, create our rankings of that population, and use those rankings to sample for our next generation. And so the actual genetic algorithm, I would say, is quite simple. The exact details are in the paper. It is quite a simple genetic algorithm, but it kind of just follows this process. And then it, again, takes a new population, rank it using the methods. And so in terms of evaluation, we wanted to kind of get some quantitative metrics, like how well can we sort of match our ranking using these methods with the artist's ranking. And so we took a data set generated from this system of 100 designs that the artist ranked. And then we got both methods under, so like obviously there's custom prompts, but under the prompt that the artist thought was best to also rank that same population. And we can compare things like Spearman's rank order, and also importantly, Jacquard's top K measure. we find that between both of the methods, pointwise and the pairwise, they're quite similar, about a 0.8 correlation with the artist's preferences. And it was hard to sort of find a statistical difference between the two, which sort of leans that the pointwise perhaps is a better approach because it is more compute efficient. But importantly, both methods really failed to capture the artist's top preferences. So on average, they aligned with a 0.8 correlation. When we talk about those top 10 designs, both methods basically failed. And that's kind of the most important part, right? This is exactly where the artist wants to find their designs, right? And it's being missed by these systems. But then we also, because it was practice-based, oh yeah, and also, yep, in terms of qualitative stuff, while they were sort of equivalent, the two methods, we found that ClipIQA often evolved to very messy designs. And we did a bit of investigation. We really found that the issue was, for some reason, sometimes it would rank really weird designs very highly. And because this is now treated as an objective measure, that isn't propagated through every population, is now considered a high design. Whereas in the pairwise combination, because it's playing these multiple games, this kind of noise we found was sort of being mitigated, right? So like one of these designs, if it wins one game against a good design, doesn't necessarily mean that it will win all of its other games against other designs. I'm embarrassed by the quality of this slide. I was just putting it together. But in terms of like the qualitative insights from the artist, they sort of agreed that the pairwise comparison was better, and that from their experience and their practice, they were able to get better designs. And this is mostly because the antonym prompt pairing of ClipIQA didn't give as much freedom as the pairwise comparison, where you could write these big prompts to specify what you want. But then also, like I said before, the sort of pointwise approach often and many times led to these really optimizing to really weird, messy, dark designs. But ultimately, both methods still lacked personalization. And we can see that as well in the quantitative metrics too. They fail to capture that top, 10% of preference. And so I just wanted to finish by giving an example of a small run of how this worked. This is like a real run from the artist. And the idea here is they wanted to generate something more representational with their system, in this case, a butterfly. And at this point, we didn't know if it could generate something that looked like a butterfly, but over time, this was the first population. I don't know, is there anything butterfly-like in that? Perhaps. But as we move on, you can see that eventually we start to find things that are perhaps more butterfly-like. And this is just the final point. It's much easier to specify to these models when it's something representational. It looks like a butterfly. It's much harder to try capture some more abstract concepts. But then there's this one, which is, I don't think as pretty as the other one, but yes. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Let's start with Christian. You were the fastest.
Nice. I won the question game. Okay. So I'm wondering, could you summarize for us what is the takeaway message I should take from these experiments?
Yeah.
Because what I struggle with, just explain a bit more, is we have a sample size of 1, if I understand correctly, right? I think in many other cases we would apply like a consensual assessment technique, which has consensual in the title because there's like several experts assessing this, right? That can somehow average out. So that makes me wonder about, if there is no match between LLM or like between vision model judgments and human judgments here, that could be through expert subjectivity as well. And then there's this other issue as well where we talk about aesthetic and you prompt the vision model with the notion of aesthetic, for instance, or artisticness, I think it was. And, what did you ask like human participants, and do these understandings of those constructs actually match, right? So there's a lot of issues with the measurement here. What can I take away from the results?
Yeah, gotcha. I might start with that first point. Trying to remember. So the key here is, I'm not going to be able to say that we can generalize these results, right? Obviously, but it is a practice-based approach. And so the outcomes here come from the practice, from the real artist, right? And we can see that with this artist having used the system over an extensive period of time, that they failed to be able to get it in terms of that top percentile of preferences to match up, even though they have full control of the prompt, right? They can change whatever they want, right? And clearly it's correlating, okay, it's able to probably filter out noise and whatnot, but that top 10% is being missed, right? And so we can definitely take out that in terms of personalization, that is something that's not, that needs more work if you could just use these models out of the box, right? And then, sorry, can you just remind me of the second point you were making? Because you asked two questions.
No, I think I was just wondering about whether the way you prompted the models for their assessment, I think there was maybe a word like artisticness, or how artistic are the images in there, aligns with like a sense of aesthetic, which seems a much more complex or even different concept to me.
Right. I guess the main point is that everything that we tested against, those prompts, I didn't write them myself. It was written by the artist. So they have full freedom. They can write and try and describe what the aesthetic is that they're looking for. And under this, whether this is the best prompt that they could find, not that there doesn't exist one that could be better, we seem to get this sort of performance where on average, it's good, but where it kind of matters the most, not as much.
Hi, Stephen. Great to see you again. And great work. I really like the prompt pairing. I'm going to use that in my own work. It's a great idea. It follows on very much from Christian's comment. So yeah, you can give people full control over the prompt, but if they don't really know how to prompt and how to get the best out of it, they won't get the best out of it. So if you ask a diffusion model for a picture of a builder, it will give you a white man in a yellow hat. A doctor will be a man, a nurse will be a woman, and that's horrifying until you realize that you're not asking for a builder, you're asking for a stereotypical builder. And the word stereotypical never finds its way in, but you've got to have that in your head when you're prompting. Otherwise, you will get, very bland results. And your artist prompt here is you are a highly experienced abstract art critic. So if the artist is writing this, then they should have in mind that they're going to get stereotypical results from it. And the other thing to bear in mind would be that it's all based on data. So if you can get a prompt to be more realistically representative of the data, the kind of thing that's gone on in reality and recorded in text, then you're going to get better results as well. So again, the task here is something that an art critic has never been asked in the history of art criticism, which is to have a one-sentence description of the art, one-sentence reasoning, and then a number between 1 and 3 for it. Yeah. And so again, if the person who wrote this prompt was more involved or more knowledgeable about that kind of thing, they may have got a better prompt. So I just wonder, how much experimentation you and they did with the prompting, because that seems to be an absolutely key parameter for improving the results.
Yes, I agree completely. In terms of experimentation, did quite a lot, and perhaps it's not the best kind of prompts, but we did see some drastic differences between them. The reason we focused on this one was purely because it had achieved the best results for that artist. But I imagine as well, like not just the prompt, but also the model's capability too. And working with an 8 billion parameter model, right, on what can be a difficult task, right? And so this is again, and we make the point in the paper, can't generalize this completely. And just one other thing, the 1, 2, 3 is just a formal structured output for the model. I wonder if that kind of format, like having it outputted as such, makes the model not as good, or the performance.
So that's the thing, that LLMs always give you an answer and they always sound confident, and you always think, okay, it must be doing what I'm asking for. But then you realize that this has never happened in the history of all of the text that it's been trained on, then you're asking it to do something outside of the training data, which it's very good at, but it could be improved upon. So more, instead of 1, 2, 3, it might be good, bad, average, or appalling, derivative, and so on, using more artistic terms, perhaps.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great point. Thanks, Simon.
Thanks a lot.
I lost the question game. Very nice talk. I wanted to ask maybe a technical question and even more technical question. So you mentioned Clip QA has multiple dimensions. Is that correct?
Clip IQA?
Yeah, how you evolved, the objective of the evolution.
So I guess like maybe when I say this, I mean Clip IQA can measure different attributes depending on how you pair those prompts together. So it doesn't just have to be like it's originally designed to be able to detect things like really basic things, like how happy or how sad is this image.
But you were using only one dimension then?
Yes, we only use one dimension, but again, this is set by the artist. When we're comparing them, they tried many different pairings. Yeah.
I suspect if you use the multiple objectives, either based on the literature or based on the artist giving multiple dimensions, you would avoid a lot of the premature convergence that you saw or a lot of dominance in the population. So yeah, it's obviously, new research, but I think there might also be something there and just to fight the single objective caveat, right?
I think that's a really great point. I agree.
It's basically a follow-up to what Antonius has been talking and a comment also on the type of result that you are getting. Interestingly, we have been, I give a class, Introduction to AI, and one of the practical assignments of the class is evolving harmonographs, exactly like this. So with target images, with clip, and so on. So maybe there are some results we can share because the students changed the code, and I probably have, well, I haven't looked at all of them, but more than 100 variations. Some of the students are looking at me. So more than 100 variations of this. So I think this could be cool to look at from a different perspective. But regarding this result that you are getting, these strange images that are ranked very high, what I would like to point out that this is a well-known result. This has happened since 1994, the first time Beluga tried to automate fitness assignment in an aesthetic way. And basically, these are adversarial examples. At least that's how we call them today. And they will always happen whenever you have an evolutionary process and a fitness function that is that has flaws, that has exploitation. So I don't think these results are avoidable. To be honest, multi-objective optimization, just in my experiment, just gives it more ways of finding adversarial examples. So this is because you can do it in multiple ways. I think the idea of having, for instance, novelty search and so on is more promising to get away from these results.
Yeah. So I guess like two things. First, in terms of the code is all available too. So if anyone wants to be able to use it, it's all up there. I've done my very, very best to make it usable. It is, trust me. The second thing is that's why I felt that the pairwise comparisons, not just felt, this is what we saw. They were much better, and because they sort of mitigated individual high fitness, because we can sort of play these many, many games, and one thing that might beat out another might lose out on average, and that affects its kind of ranking. That's sort of, but of course, with a significant compute complexity, just briefly, it took a minute to calculate the total rank for all the first using the pointwise approach. It took 16 minutes to calculate the same ranking using a pairwise approach over the complete data. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yes, I agree. Yeah, this is actually, I know I kind of glossed over that big table full of numbers. Part of that table included other metrics from other systems. And we saw that these systems, the pointwise and pairwise, outperformed both. Again, it's, for one artist, this isn't something we can generalize, but it was quite drastic. I think the highest of an older system was about 0.35 correlation versus like the 0.8 of these other methods. And I think as well that comes from the customization, kind of what like Simon was talking about, because you can change the prompts and you can work on that. You can write better prompts, then the artists themselves can perhaps improve the results, right? Yeah, maybe we can talk more.
Hi, thank you. I have completely non-technical question about the butterflies. So I didn't understand the first generation family was completely diverse, how you can represent the butterflies. And then the second generation and third generation was already completely similar. How it happened? So it was the first generation family? No, population, not generation. And someone subjectively chose what was more aesthetically, and then there was second population. And
so this first population is randomly generated. This is a random generation. And this is also the ranking. So just from left to right as we move down, this is not ranked by an individual person. It is ranked automatically by the systems, in this case, the pairwise approach. And then from this ranking, we can sample fit individuals using various sampling methods, which is quite common in evolutionary computing. Again, all automatic. And we can use techniques such as mutation and crossover to generate a new population. So this population, for example, is not randomly generated. Well, I guess in a way there's randomness, but it is conditional on this population and its ranking.
So the machine decided by itself what was more aesthetic?
Yes.
And then
more butterfly-like for this specific example. This one was just
the question wasn't aesthetic.
Yeah,
just
this one was just butterfly-like. Yeah, I showed this example because it's probably the least controversial, because it looks like a butterfly. Whereas if I said, oh, look how aesthetically nice this is, I imagine we could have some more arguments about that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And next, it's my great pleasure to welcome and introduce our first keynote speaker, Jennifer Jacobs. Jennifer is an associate professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara, in media art and technology. She works towards enabling professionals and learners to use computation in idiosyncratic design processes in technically and culturally meaningful ways. Her research combines systems engineering, machine control, and computational fabrication alongside co-design with professional creative communities. Jennifer received her PhD from MIT Media Lab, did her postdoc at Stanford. She's the recipient of NSF Career Award and multiple Best Paper Awards. And she has also been artist in residence at a number of places. And today, we have the great pleasure of listening to her keynote on materials and machines. Jennifer, welcome.
Maybe now? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you all today. I'm honored to be here and really excited about talking about my work with all of you. This conference gives me a chance to talk about two of my favorite and most frustrating subjects, computation and creativity. And also I'm delighted because this is the first time in the past 2 years that I've been invited to give a talk and not explicitly told to weigh in on generative AI in the process. But clearly, given the foundational role of the ICC community in establishing the framework for computational creativity, including in AI, and the current societal flux that we are experiencing in the creative sector, it's very hard to write a talk about creativity that doesn't address generative AI in some respects. So today I'm going to speak on the implications that I see for human creativity in the material world as generative AI grows in ubiquity. Before talking about this in detail, I'd like to share my background as it shapes the ideas in this talk. While I work in engineering primarily today, I started my education in the arts, and my gateway to creative production using computers came during my undergraduate education in the form of creative coding, by which I mean open source, or in some cases formerly open source platforms like Processing, Open Frameworks, and Arduino. And these types of tools establish two really powerful ideas for me. First, that computer programming is a pluralistic medium that's equally relevant for artistic production. I think many of you share that perspective. And second, that technically experienced people within the arts can serve as critical tool engineers. By that, I mean people who act as translators of a new technology for new audiences, but in the process can also alter how we conceptualize these technologies in the broader computational community. And my mentor, Chris Coleman, was the person who first articulated this role for me. In my graduate education, I studied first in the High-Low Tech lab led by Dr. Leah Beakley. And High-Low Tech was a lab invested in situating computation in material contexts by investigating how craft might inform computation. This is exemplified in the idea of computational fabrication, which I first encountered in High-Low Tech, where computational methods are used for the design and control of the behaviors of digital fabrication technologies like a 3D printer. So this let me translate an algorithm into a physical artifact with a lot of messy steps in between that I'll talk about. And then I conducted my PhD in the lifelong kindergarten group that's led by Dr. Mitch Resnick. And LOK espouses the idea that programming is a medium for creative thought. By using computation to make things, you can simultaneously engage people in powerful ways of creative thinking. And LOK is known for exemplifying these ideas in part in the Scratch programming environment for children. My experience working alongside Dr. Resnick and the Scratch team illuminated for me the importance of design in building computational tools for creativity. And this was best articulated for me in a paper that Mitch and co-author Brian Silverman created on principles for computational toolkits. And I'll get into these more in detail later. When I finally had the opportunity to develop my own research lab, I built it on the culture and concepts that I encountered in computational tools for creative coding, High-Low Tech, and lifelong kindergarten. The lab I now head is called Expressive Computation. It's at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and it's housed in both computer science and an interdisciplinary program called Media Arts and Technology. I have the great fortune in ECL to advise and collaborate with students and postdocs with backgrounds across engineering, design, and the arts. And together, we primarily focus on researching the design of novel computational tools for creative production. Computational creativity has many dimensions, as this conference makes clear. In ECL, we're primarily concerned with designing computational systems that enhance the creativity of human beings. And we motivate these systems through three beliefs. First, we believe that computation is a powerful creative medium. And by that, I mean that people can make novel, meaningful products and gain creative insights using computers. Second, we believe that if presented in the right form, computer programming is relevant and powerful for creators in any discipline. And we include creators working in digital and physical worlds in this belief. And third, we believe that while computation is powerful and potentially relevant to any creator, there are significant inequities in who can access this power, and technology design partially plays a role in shaping these inequities. So this leads me to the present. As everyone in this room is well aware, over the past few years, large language models and their associated technologies have significantly impacted the creative industries. It's useful at this point to clarify what I mean by generative AI when I speak about it for the rest of the presentation, because it's an overloaded term that spans marketing aspirations and specific technical functionality. So what I mean when I say generative AI, which is not unique definition, is sophisticated machine learning technologies capable of recognizing, transforming, and generating large vectors of tokens in the form of text, images, audio, video, and other formats. The key distinction with these models, as you are all well aware, is that they are differentiated by past machine learning techniques by the size of the corpus required to train them. And so this in turn has implications for who can build them and train them, and the externalities produced by their development. And if we step back and look at the impact generative AI has had on creative production, many of my original motivations on the surface for developing computational tools appear to be met by generative AI's capabilities. So let's return to those core motivating principles. In terms of power, one of the things that sets generative AI efforts apart from prior machine learning and AI development is a focus on generalizability. So all the corporations that are building these massive models are investing unprecedented resources to train them, and this goal is largely structured around being generalizable so they can respond to prompts across different tasks and domains. And if we look specifically at the aspirations of power in the creative sector by these companies, generative AI corporations claim, chief among them, that they're going to eliminate busy work so that creators can focus on meaningful creative activities. This is from the Claude for Creative Work website put up by Anthropic. If we think about relevance, one of the more surprising developments of generative AI for me, and possibly many in the software industry, is that programming can be supported at least partially as a pattern matching task. So LLM-based coding support tools fundamentally lower the bar for writing code from plain to plain language specification. And this has really created a lot of enthusiasm among some in the creative sector, because artists, designers, and other creators without formal CS training now describe having engineering superpowers, and they no longer need to rely on professional software developers, which has for them in the past not been a great experience at all times. All right. Oops, I'm a little bit off on the slide, sorry. Okay. And then lastly, in terms of equity, for the time being, anyone with a reasonably fast internet connection and a mobile device can interact with an LLM to output text, images, video, and animation. And commercial LLM creators often describe their tools in the terms of democratization, especially when it comes to creative production, shifting it away from exclusively a space for skilled professionals towards everyday people. This is a quote that David Holtz, the Midjourney founder, often repeats, this idea that his tools are for people like bankers, truck drivers, and other people who aren't professional artists, but really enjoy the human process of making art. And I think it's great that people feel the ability to participate in making art. I'm not taking away from this, this idea of democratization. Okay, so maybe you saw this coming, but despite these seeming alignments, I'm very troubled by the growth of generative AI for creative applications, particularly in my home field of human-computer interaction. I'm not alone. I've heard concerns expressed in this audience. But also, if we look at broader creative communities, many artists are not just unhappy, but they're angry that generative AI companies are training on their work in a form they view as illegal. And they're actively pushing back against an illegal system while simultaneously undermining their career opportunities. And they have good reason to be angry because, frankly, AI leadership is often actively disdainful of the artist communities they harm. This is a quote from former OpenAI CTO Mira Murtai, where she's claiming that some creative jobs should maybe go away and maybe weren't worth being there in the first place. Yeah. Software developers are also concerned that experienced professionals in their field will be forced to review AI-generated code relentlessly, and the new entrants will go untrained. This quote is from a participant in a study of engineers in the workplace and reflects general findings across the study as a whole. Experienced developers often do not trust AI-generated code, and they feel it is chipping away at their understanding of more complex systems. Researchers are also concerned that we are fundamentally disrupting the foundations of scientific method and peer review, and risking the contamination of our scientific knowledge base with false and unverified research. The Leiden Declaration on AI and Mathematics is one of many recent joint statements released by international communities of researchers warning of an existential threat presented by AI to their disciplines. Finally, in the realm of building new creative practitioners, educators fear that widespread use of generative AI is reducing learning opportunities for students and decreasing student understanding. This is something that's struck really close to home at my university system, where recently grades in math and entry-level CS at University of Berkeley dropped substantially, largely to the reliance on generative AI as a support tool. So these concerns exist within a broader landscape of general existential impacts of AI on human health, agency, and welfare, including but not limited to the extensive use of exploited labor, massive environmental damage, the amplification of an already unequal political economy, and the risks generative AI poses to our information ecosystem and democratic governance abilities through increased production and dissemination of inaccurate information. Okay. Brief disclaimer before I move on. In pointing to these issues, I recognize that reactions to generative AI are not monolithic, even among different communities, and that researchers and creative professionals have long been developing and benefiting from machine learning and other stochastic techniques distinct from LLMs, and that LLMs themselves can provide genuine benefits to some people in these communities. Many of you are actively incorporating or studying generative AI in your own work. I personally have used generative AI to support some forms of my own coding, and I've collaborated on research projects that incorporate LLMs as a pipeline into creativity support tools. So as creativity researchers, we may see generative AI as a remarkable opportunity or as a complex domain that requires us to conduct due diligence. Or we might feel that the writing is on the wall. Regardless of our views, generative AI is a paradigm shift that we have to engage with or lose relevance. These are not easy choices with clear answers, and any critiques or observations I offer in the remainder of this presentation are not in condemnation of specific research projects, but as a catalyst, hopefully, for discussing how we might move forward in the future. My concerns about generative AI's impact on power, relevance, and equity are directly informed by my experience building computational tools for material production. So to illustrate how I think generative AI is likely to impact human creativity in the physical world, I want to show two tool-making projects that I conducted within ECL. First, I'm going to talk about the role the material world plays in shaping computational innovation by describing a computational fabrication artist residency program we ran and the resulting tools that came out of it. And then second, I'm going to talk about how workflows across multiple representations and abstractions inform and motivate complex systems by talking about a course that we recently taught on creative machine development. And while neither of these activities was explicitly intended to incorporate generative AI, because they're conducted in the world we live in now that is unalterably shaped by it, they hold lessons about what a transition to a paradigm dominated by these technologies might entail. Okay, so let's start with materials. So computational fabrication, which I mentioned earlier, has become a primary site of investigation for ECL. And previously, most forms of computational fabrication were applied primarily in engineering research and industrial architecture and manufacturing. But we've really focused on the potential this space has for other professional communities. And in particular, many forms of professional craft material production already involve skills, materials that align closely with the capabilities of some emerging machines in this space. So we focus on a specific area, which is clay 3D printing and computational design for these technologies. We focused on this space because we received a grant specifically targeting the intersection of computational fabrication and ceramic practitioners. And if you've never experienced clay 3D printing before, think of a plastic 3D printer, but replace the extruded melted plastic with much larger coils of dirt. It's as messy as it sounds. So we made the decision to structure this research as a residency program with the goal of paying professional ceramicists as long-term residents and then developing computational fabrication tools in collaboration with them. And we did this work in collaboration with the Hand and Machine Lab at the University of New Mexico, which is led by Dr. Beakley. So in collaboration with Hand and Machine, we hosted 8 professional ceramic residents for 4-month periods, though many extended their time in the labs afterwards. And we focused on understanding how to support the integration of manual and automated techniques, both to align with existing resident knowledge and to address the current limitations of clay 3D printers, which are unable to produce geometries that are feasible only through manual production. Oh, okay. There were a lot of growing pains and learning challenges, but this residency process was easily one of the most professionally and personally rewarding periods of my career. We published a lot of work from this series of residencies, and I can't talk about it all, but many of these systems are open source and publicly available on our website, and a few we're working to actively develop into products to make them more widely available. But we got better at building technologies the more experience we gained working with residents. And there's 2 particular systems we built in the 2nd year that had the most use by the residents and as well as the greatest impacts in our research communities. And so I'm going to talk about those today. The first was a technology called Sketchpath. And prior to our residency, the standard technique for designing for clay 3D printing was identical to plastic printing. So if you're not familiar with this process, you design a solid model in CAD. You convert it to a machine instruction set using an automated tool like a slicer. And then these instructions are uploaded to the printer, which ideally fabricates the object automatically. Rarely happens in practice. The residency gave us the opportunity to compare digital CAD-based workflows to a manual workflow. So by working with expert manual artists, we learned that the principles of 3D printing are similar to those of hand coiling. You can see here, which involves constructing 3D forms as a series of layers. But in manual coiling and fabrication, design and fabrication are inseparable and they happen together, where the creator determines the vessel's form as they place each coil, which has engineering benefits. The creator can adjust their coiling strategy in response to material feedback, enabling the production of forms not feasible with printing if you have adequate skill. So to capitalize on this idea, we developed Sketchpath, which is a direct manipulation tool for specifying 3D printing toolpaths. And this was led by PhD student Devin Frost. Sketchpath is a really simple idea. Instead of creating a solid model and slicing it, the creator just draws the toolpath the 3D printer will follow, working from the base up in a manner analogous to coiling. This provides direct control over the toolpath, surface, and form through a graphic representation and a direct interaction. We also added some computational juice in to extend some of the benefits of other forms of computational design in our system. So we created a set of transformation tools that allow for precision manipulation of hand-drawn layers. You can create symmetrical patterns by using a symmetry modifier. This example. Back. There we go. Okay. Which is a simple but powerful technique. You can transform automatically any existing layer and replicate it in an iterative fashion to create repeating structures. And there are other features that I don't have time to go into today, but this gives you a gist. Sketchpath was notable because we looked at the design outcomes that it produced. And the combination of direct drawing and computational manipulation we found enabled the production of toolpath structures with highly regular features that normally require numeric methods, as well as toolpaths with highly irregular features that would be extremely difficult to express numerically. Back. Go. And this is something where you can get both out of a single sketch-based interaction. Sketchpath was actually extremely desirable by the artists we created. It was the most used tool by artists, even artists with programming experience prior to the development. But it still highlighted some limitations. For one, you're still working with exclusively a digital representation, and all material interaction still only happens when you upload the toolpath to the printer. This reflects a broader challenge in digital fabrication and CNC machine design, where pretty much all material interaction is designed to happen exclusively in an automated fashion by a specific type of machine. In part, this exists because of the way we have conceived of and built different types of CNC machines. So current Craft-oriented CNC technologies, as well as hobbyist CNC technologies, are direct descendants of industrial machines in both form and operation, despite having fundamentally different applications. These tools also look very different from existing manual tools that work with the same materials. So we saw this challenge and thought, let's have a speculative idea here. What if we reconceptualized a clay 3D printer as if it had come from a tool in traditional ceramics practice rather than an industrial CNC machine? So we built this monstrosity that I love. It's the digital pottery wheel, which is exactly what it looks like. It's a clay throwing wheel with 3D printing capabilities. And this work was done in collaboration with Alain Moyer, Samuel Bourgault, and Devin Frost. So unlike current CNC machines that use Cartesian mechanisms, the DPW has a polar mechanical design where radial motion is achieved with a swinging arm and an angle is achieved by rotating the build platform in the wheel. Because we had this unorthodox mechanism that has a polar coordinate system, we had to invent a new control system. And we settled on a modular approach with identical controllers that can be chained together to mix direct control, pre-programmed operation, and real-time feedback. To give you an idea of what some of these modules do, we created something like a physical UI module, which provides basic physical user inputs. We created a texturizer module, kind of inspired by modular synth approaches, which synthesizes a waveform that can be tuned in real time and is then patched to fabrication parameters, creating things like oscillation on the print. And then we use this modular control system to rapidly prototype different interactions in collaboration with professional ceramicists. So the printer can work in fully autonomous mode. This is it converting on the fly a standard Cartesian G-code toolpath into a polar coordinate print with minimal artifacts. But we also found by working with skilled ceramicists that we could combine precompiled toolpaths and on-the-fly manually created vessels seamlessly with control signals from the physical user interface. So you could take an existing toolpath and then adjust it to fit the diameter of a thrown vessel just by moving the lever that controls the radius. And this would mix together those different signals and get a result like this. We also recognize that most manual ceramicists don't use CAD, although some do. So we developed a mode to enable 3D printing without any existing toolpath. We call this Pod Assist, where it just maps physical UI elements to all of the axes of the machine while supporting automated layer height increases. So a creator can literally just print a design by manually activating the wheel with a pedal and then adjusting the arm position while the Z-axis raises. And this allows the production of things that I would never have been conceived of, and frankly, I'm surprised stood up, let alone survived the firing process. And then one other experiment we did with the artists is that we created a record module to go along with Pod Assist. So you can record any motion stream you create to an onboard SD card and then play it back. And so you can record your manual input and then reproduce a design that was created from that. So 2 identical candlesticks. So Sketchpath and the digital pottery wheel together, I think, hold lessons for supporting computational creativity in material production more broadly. First, they highlight how, in our experience, material knowledge drives computational innovation and not the other way around. Sketchpath and the DPW were effective because they performed impedance matching between manual control and automated fabrication. By this, I mean that they increase the power transfer between a set of established material techniques and the digital extrusion of ceramic paste. This the task of finding the appropriate relationship for impedance matching for us became apparent only when we were working to build tacit expertise and empirical data on the material aspects of clay fabrication. So we first had to learn what clay could mechanically perform and in ways that plastic printing could not. For example, ironically, clay is much more plastic than plastic, and develop computational representations, interfaces, and mechanisms that could extend this, these properties. The other takeaway of this is kind of the reverse. Material contexts and computational strategies to support them often don't generalize to different contexts. So Sketchpath is great for clay 3D printing, but it contains design choices that are terrible for other contexts. Drawing every layer is suitable when your nozzle diameter has to be very large, like it is in clay 3D printing, and terrible when you're working with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle diameter and the layer count is much higher. And similarly, we learned with making the DPW, there's really probably a good reason why there's very few polar coordinate 3D printers. The rotational axis introduces nonlinear kinematics, which affects effective inertia and dynamic performance, which means that for this, you have to use way bigger motors to get the same printing performance than you would from a more conventional printer. But if you want to support throwing, this is a worthwhile investment in our view. If we look at how LLM tools are currently being applied in tasks related to physical production, I argue that they perform pretty badly in terms of impedance matching because they start in the digital realm. Right now, so far, LLM-based tools for things like CAD have focused on parametric generation of CAD models, in part because there's really an absence of large annotated CAD datasets. So what they work on instead is that they leverage the existence of existing textual languages for parametric CAD generation like OpenSCAD. And while automated parametric model generation is non-trivial and can be helpful in some cases, this is largely something that impacts the generation of a solid model, which is a very small part of the larger ecosystem of computational fabrication. And it fails to focus on the primary challenge of aligning abstractions in the digital space with material constraints. And this is because OpenSCAD models, as complex and compelling as they can be, do not have explicit mappings between CAD geometry and specific material or machining properties. The second lesson is that computational tools for material production should reflect existing domain knowledge. While LLM tools are ineffective for material production, this doesn't mean that computational automation itself is at odds with powerful material workflows. I like to point to much of the work done by our sister lab, Hand and Machine, where they created automated algorithms for clay 3D printing slicing that ensure consistent wall thickness and reduce the number of travel operations to prevent unwanted bridging and coiling artifacts. These approaches, while often undesirable in other forms of 3D printing, are highly valuable in clay 3D printing and were the result of deep traditional ceramics experience paired with computational expertise. So actually both of these were authored or co-authored by Camila Friedman-Gerlichs, who was a resident in Hand and Machine that has an educational background in both ceramics and math. Probabilistic approaches are also powerful when they're driven by material data. A great example in this space is work by a team of researchers led by Keith Brown and Emily Whitting at Boston University, where they've developed multiple data-driven approaches to predicting the performance of 3D printed shell and lattice structures. They use automated methods to design, fabricate, and mechanically test different material structures, and then use this to form an evaluation representation. These kinds of targeted approaches demonstrate a material-first approach to computational automation. They're just not appealing in the context of LLMs because they have very small data sets that have to be laboriously generated. Okay. So now let's move on to workflows. No creative tool exists in a vacuum. Each tool instead shapes or constrains how users can move across these tools to achieve a target outcome. And this is a concept that Jingyi Li and their co-authors describe as the tool's horizontal movement. Our residency program was really valuable in part because the extended duration provided an opportunity to understand the role computational fabrication tools played in this workflow and creators' horizontal movements across different tools. The DPW in particular is really interesting as a case study in horizontal movement. From an artifact production perspective, it enables greater horizontal movement between digital and manual workflows. But as a blueprint for supporting alternative digital fabrication machine development, it offers very little in the way of horizontal movement because it's a big, expensive machine devoted exclusively to clay 3D printing and throwing compared to relatively cheap machines that have more conventional operating principles and structures. As a lab, we see digital fabrication machine design as one of the primary bottlenecks in computational creativity in the physical world. Machines, as I said before, shape every step of the process before and after And current machines are not much different, as I mentioned, from industrial predecessors, except for in cost and size. So we thought, could we take the lessons we learned from the digital pottery wheel and make it so that it was, instead of a single tool, a platform that enabled horizontal movement across envisioning and developing alternative CNC machine technologies? The approach we took was to back away from the big, heavy, expensive mechanism, which I love, but is big and heavy and in a box, and instead focus on modifying the control system to a machine-agnostic, generalizable control system that could combine predefined and manual control for a variety of different machines. So what we ended up was this system called StepDance, which is a hardware and software platform that allows you to adapt any existing machine, with an asterisk being with specific motors that are not necessarily having built-in force feedback, although I think it would be supportive for that ultimately. And this was a collaboration with Ilan Moyer, Emily Yu, Devin Frost, and Maria Yang. You can kind of think of StepDance a little bit like an Arduino for CNC machine development, although one that really tries to focus on abstractions that are specific to machine kinematics and machine control interfaces. I can't spend a lot of time talking about the machine architecture, but I'll give you a series of quick evocative examples. So say you have a pen plotter and a target interface of an Etch-a-Sketch. With our platform, you can build a Step-a-Sketch, a plotter that moves and behaves like an Etch-a-Sketch. Seen here. Or, as the last presentation really graciously introduced the concept of harmonographs, you can get in a harmonograph without any simulation with your Step-a-Sketch program just by attaching weighted pendulums onto the encoders that you're using for the control knobs, and then adjusting the swing of those pendulums to get different outputs. Or say you want to maintain some aspect of automated vector graphics drawing functionality like you normally would have, but you also want direct control. You can create a digital pantograph plotter that modifies pre-designed Inkscape drawing with manual pen input. And these aren't just relevant for plotters. So our system works on machines that do additive, subtractive, and other types of fabrication. This is a stencil printer where we modified a cheap plastic 3D printer with the record and control interface where you draw the first layer and it produces an extruded stencil. We developed these examples and the first version of StepDance at a craft school. And this was really useful in grounding the applications, but we still really lacked an understanding for how StepDance shaped machine building workflows of other people. So we created a class. The course that we called Creative Motion Control tasked graduate and senior undergraduate students from CS and design to build new CNC machines that supported alternative fabrication interactions. We set a series of increasingly ambitious target benchmarks for the class performed by teams of 2. So by the end of day 1, students needed to have modified an existing machine with a manual controller. By the end of week 3, students were tasked with extending an existing machine with a custom physical interface of their own conception. And by the end of week 10, students had to build a custom mechanism and control interface and use it to make creative artifacts. The sequence of activities required a lot of different learning elements. Students had to learn the basics of CAD, embedded programming, electronics prototyping, and mechanism kinematics, while simultaneously engaging in interaction design and artifact fabrication. And while the class was really hard, students said it was one of the hardest classes they have ever taken. All teams built and completed all of the artifacts and machines for all of the benchmarks. So let's see what some of them made. One team repurposed an off-the-shelf plotter, like I've shown up before, for decorative embroidery applications. They created a custom manual mechanical pen input mechanism where the operator can draw their design, the machine records it, and then replays it as a punching operation, creating holes that can be manually embroidered into afterwards. Another team built on their experience in manual pottery decoration to create a slip decoration machine. And for this, they modified a 3D printer with a custom actuated syringe extruder, and then created a manual control interface that allowed the operator to adjust the radius of a spiral dripping pattern and drip rate per rotation. They've actually now turned this into a research project beyond this particular class project. And then the third team converted the same model of 3D printer into a foil embossing machine, where they designed swappable end effectors with different tool heads. So they created a spring-loaded tool holder and a JavaScript-based interface where the operator could create symmetrical patterns and iteratively transmit them to the machine for execution. We just finished with the class. I'm frankly still recovering from it and unpacking the results. And this is the first time I've publicly presented any of this work. But even at this early stage, we have taken some preliminary lessons on the role of computation in supporting these types of machine material workflows. So in the paper I previously mentioned by Lee, they focus on the concept of normative ground to characterize the power of a computational tool for creative production. And broadly speaking, normative ground is the way a tool structures its practitioners' ideas, goals, and interactions and intentions, which shapes then in turn how they think and act and express themselves more broadly. Stepdance was meaningful in part because it reshaped the normative ground of commercial digital fabrication machines. Rather than viewing the 3D printer or plotter as a closed input-output systems, students started conceptualizing these machines as platforms that they could modify to support different workflows and different forms of production. This is a quote from one of the students where she talks about how it changed what she thought she could create with technologies she was previously very familiar with, where she says, "It's a different understanding of fabrication. I can control the lowest abstraction level, and throughout the process, I can really see what is happening in the software and hardware and how they coordinate with each other." So the point here is not just that she was able to make a machine, but that more broadly, she sees digital fabrication in a fundamentally different light. So if we look at how LLM technologies support physical design and production, they often share motivations with Gen AI and other contexts where they're trying to help creators generate ideas for what to make by providing sample designs in response to sketches, textual descriptions, or sample images. This approach shifts the normative ground of physical design from a process of focusing on how to make something to one of what one should make. I would say this is a problem because the physical world imposes fundamental constraints on what can be achieved in a mechanism, machine or physical part that are very different than what can be represented as a series of pixels or vectors. And these constraints are the result of low-level parameters, assembly, and the material configuration of different components. The application of LLMs to design ideation for physical parts and mechanisms creates an expectation in the designer that they have investigated a design space rigorously, while simultaneously producing outputs that lack actual verification or bearing on real-world constraints. So to paraphrase the AI researcher Itan Adar, these systems UIs are writing checks that the AI cannot cash. Stepdance introduced a significant challenge to learners in the form of machine debugging, which leads to lesson 2. Process prototyping is the site of creative production or creative ideation in the material world. So when an error occurred in a student's project, they first had to diagnose its source, software, hardware, mechanism, material, or usually some combination, and then determine steps to address it. And this is hard. This is also what professionals do. And this is how not only they solve problems, but they develop ideas for novel products. We did a study previously to this course of professional product designers who use computational fabrication in their work. And in studying these creators, we coined the term process prototyping to describe how they conducted preliminary and experimental fabrication steps across multiple stages of their workflow to ensure production viability. We found that all designers in our study relied on process prototyping and used it not only to verify that what they were building was fabricatable, but actually that shaped in turn what they were trying to build as a whole and successive products that they built. The same thing happened to a degree in our course. Students developed conceptions about what was feasible and how they could effectively integrate different forms of interaction for a desired machine or outcome in later stages of the class. So right now, we don't have any form of LLM support that I would argue for supporting process prototyping in the physical world, but we can look at their parallel impacts on the related process of software debugging. LLMs allow developers to focus on high-level specification and automatically obscure, to the extent feasible, low-level breakdowns. This results frustration in the short term, including my own frustration, but it also constrains developers' conceptions of the design space to the code output by the model and the solutions proposed. And I should note for the course that in the few cases where students actually attempted to use an LLM to support their own embedded programming, the LLM produced technically correct code with unviable design patterns. So what this meant is that the students had to scrap the code, start from scratch, and get support from other students or the instruction team on thinking about and understanding design patterns. As I mentioned before, debugging across the material world is a demanding process, but it's where the learning happens. By thinking of the design of physical systems as analogous to debugging, and not just like compilation or execution, we can create technologies that support the exploration of the full digital fabrication design space, including machine control, material behavior. And I just want to point to this work by the team that created the embossing machine, where they spent the majority of the class debugging software, hardware, and mechanism issues that were causing material degradation and absolute machine failure. And ultimately, we're successful and also very tired. A great example of research in this exact direction is work by Blair Subramanian and Nadia Peak. They've developed parametric and version control-based systems for FDM 3D printing, where a practitioner can interactively test, record, and visualize material behavior in response to machine parameters. And really for this work, they're inspired by version control approaches in the software domain and applying them to versioning and creating variations of different settings and materials. And I think work like this is really critical as we think about how to forge future directions of powerful, computationally supported workflows for physical production. Perfect. So let's wrap up. What is my bigger point here? So including the two projects I've just shared with you, and over the course of my experience designing and working for creators in the physical world, I've come to the following current conclusions about generative AI as a tool for creative material production. These aren't predictions, they're just my view on what exists now. So in terms of power, rather than creating a radically new form of computational power for creators, especially in the art domain, Gen AI's benefits align with prior benefits accrued by computational automation. These aren't meaningful, but in the case of generative AI, they come with a much higher computational cost and arguably a higher societal cost. And in addition to this, in their current form, generative AI tools reduce other key forms of computational power by conflating the power of generalizable output with the ability to externalize, inspect, and abstract processes. In terms of relevance, while generative AI has proven powerful at producing digital artifacts of a certain variety, we've not seen the same claims of efficiency or creative facility extend to the physical world. And we also haven't seen clear, in my view, powerful applications that bridge digital and physical production. Although, if you're aware of them, tell me. This is an issue with how I think we conceive of where our communities in computation should be looking for innovation. If we exclude the physical world because the current hype is really good at digital production, we're really missing the point of a lot of what we're trying to do. We live in the physical world as well as the digital. And then lastly, in terms of equity, right? Rather than serving as a democratizing force within the creative domains, generative AI, in my view, has thus far equally marginalized creatives across levels of expertise by reducing opportunities for inspection, decomposition, and reflection of people's personal creative processes. So if I've convinced you of any of these points, and maybe I haven't, which I'd love to hear pushback on, the question for me is then, what do we do about this? At the start, I mentioned the influence of paper by Resnick and Silverman on my own work. And when I'm struggling, I turn back to this paper on computational toolkits for creativity and its principles. The authors originally targeted children with these principles and designing for children. I've found that they're equally compelling for professionals and adults. And I think they have particular relevance in our current moment. So Don't worry, I'm not going to go through all 10, but I'm going to talk about 3 briefly. The first is design for designers. By this, Resnick and Silverman draw on the principles of constructionism to argue that powerful tools should actively support design, regardless of the expertise or experience level. So children are designers, people who do not have formal design training are designers, computer scientists can be designers. In the generative AI era, applying this principle requires us to shift the goalposts when actively evaluating creativity support technologies. And it's been really heartwarming and exciting to hear the focus at this community on understanding creative process, and that being really the site of investigation. I agree. In some of my other communities, we have disregarded that space. We focus primarily on the tool's output, the artifact, as the benchmark of evaluation, which does not give us meaningful insight into the more powerful aspects of these technologies. So if we want to study creative processes, the way I've approached this and the way I believe it needs to be approached is increased focus on longitudinal studies of deep creative practice. Unfortunately, this is increasingly difficult to conduct, and it's difficult to fund this kind of work. The residency I mentioned was funded by the NSF. They would never fund that work in our current federal, US federal government. I also worry particularly about the growing mistrust between engineers and other creative communities, where artists, designers have a reason to be skeptical of researcher and engineers' intents. And I'm also concerned about the future willingness that creative communities as a whole will have in sharing knowledge across disciplinary boundaries. For the fear that providing knowledge for general public good is now something that's going to be used without their consent to ultimately replace them or undermine the values that they care about. It's really unclear to me today if something like Stack Overflow or processing, which without I would not be doing the work that I'm doing, would have emerged in today's environment. This leads to the next principle. Select black boxes carefully. So Resnick and Silverman recognize that any computational tool has to necessarily abstract away some functionality, but they argue this decision should be made carefully in order to avoid obscuring powerful ideas that can be explored when using the tool. And we understand the basic principles for how LLMs work. But when presented to a user, they are presented as almost entirely black boxed tools. Some of this is due to the nature of their functionality, but much of it is by design and arguably deceptive design. As AI critics and scholars Bender and Nana have pointed out, when a system with a chatbot presents UI components that frame the chatbot as reasoning, thinking, or even communicating, or I'd say collaborating, these metaphors and the corresponding UI structure obscure the statistical nature of the system, what it can and cannot do, and how to consider its use appropriately. And this is a point that's been made very clearly in the talk on metaphors previously. I was really glad to see that paper. While the corporate developers of LLM have little incentive to push back against these dark design patterns, actually they're the primary promoters of them, this is something that we as researchers, I think, are perfectly positioned to engage with. And the work that we've been really inspired by as we approach this is the principles of sceneful design, which is a concept that was first articulated by Inman and Reeves, but emphasizes configurability, user appropriation, and the evaluation of complexity or ambiguity in technological systems. And I want to say this is different than the idea of just tackling algorithmic opacity. So sceneful design means understanding and revealing to users the socio-technical and infrastructure implications and potential mismatches of a technology. And then lastly, the final principle that I want to focus on is by Resnick and Silverman, is to invent things that you would want to use yourself. I think many of you are doing this work because of this. Oops. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay. But this is not an egocentric principle. Instead, building tools that the designers themselves are interested in using demonstrates fundamental respect for the people you are designing for. And I don't think the importance of this principle can be understated when it comes to generative AI. In the addition to the dismissive or patronizing attitude that leading corporate AI developers have shown towards entire creative communities, It's really telling that they're building technologies that they don't want their own children to use. So if we have misgivings about these technologies in any form, we have the option, as Verdici argues in a recent paper, to challenge the inevitability decoy of generative AI. What she means by this is recognizing that the loudest voices claiming that widespread generative AI is a foregone conclusion also gain political, social, and economic traction when they convince the rest of us to fall in line with this. Even efforts to build safe or collaboratively developed AI tools can feed this narrative. So I'm not saying we shouldn't research these technologies, but that's not the same thing as advocating for their inclusion in creative work, explicitly or implicitly. And I think it's worth sitting with our motivations here as researchers. Are we under pressure to conform to the structural demands of prioritizing AI, or do we see actual opportunities for creative support? And do we see these opportunities leading to a world that we wish to be a part of? This is something that I think a lot about in my own work. When I question what the relevance of my work will be if the automation of generative AI extends to the digital world or extends to the physical world eventually. I'm not convinced that we're close to this revolution in automated material manipulation, but I am extremely distressed by current efforts in this direction. So we are seeing efforts to build data sets for vision and physical manipulation at scale by tasking human workers with repeatedly performing basic physical tasks in head-mounted depth cameras and simulated robotic manipulators. This form of data generation is dehumanizing. Beyond that, the vision of automation it aims to produce will negatively impact human designers across the physical space in the same ways that AI has harmed digital creators. So regardless of the method that's driving it, robotic systems need extensive maintenance, repair, and correction. And even if we reach an eventual future of full-on seamless automated manufacturing, the transition period will require human laborers filling in the gaps for numerous edge cases where automation will fail. We've seen the mental and physical tolls that converting a company to generative AI places on digital workers, and I strongly believe that the human costs of this attempted form of widespread robotic automation will be worse. So to conclude with, I'm really struck by this point that internet researcher Dana Boyd has been making, where she argues that to build technologies that support a better future, we have to understand our current failings and missteps in technology development, not just through the lens of malicious actors, but also as the result of well-intentioned efforts that have become disastrous at scale. If we focus exclusively on the amazing generative powers of LLMs, and they are amazing, and their associated technologies, without simultaneously evaluating how the increased use of these technologies will marginalize future creators and workers, then we risk losing sight of the true potential for creative computation. With that, I will conclude, and I want to acknowledge all of my incredible collaborators who made the work that I presented to you today possible. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for an inspiring talk, Geraint.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. And I'll start off by saying I agree with everything you said about the dangers. So just in case that's not clear from my question. So from a purely human perspective of the kind of crafts and arts that you're talking about here, a lot of people would say that embodiment was really important. So it's not just about knowing, it's about the whole experience, the whole physical experience of music or pottery or whatever. And one of the effects of doing what you're doing here is to kind of take that out of the equation, one might say. And I'm just wondering, what's your position on that? I mean, would you like to add it back in explicitly, or do you think it's still there, or what?
That's a really great question. In the Sketchpath work in particular, we try to address the role of embodiment and the degree to which our approach supports or marginalizes it. I would say that embodiment is very complex. We see it not exclusively, but in part as a component of manual skill. And so maybe a easy but not satisfying answer to your question is that we consider with a high priority of preserving and extending manual skill in the tools that we build, that we are not attempting to destabilize fundamental elements of embodiment. That being said, like there are impacts that I think I showed a picture of it earlier. One of the areas we haven't studied extensively, but has started to become really apparent, is ergonomics, which also relates to embodiments, and the ergonomics of putting somebody in constant negotiation with a machine. Here we go. So, oh, I guess this doesn't go to the slide. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, so here you see a resident, Unha Pike, leaning over this relatively large, actually medium scale clay 3D printer. And this is what she's doing. This is because of some of the limitations of clay 3D printing. Like you have to print in a certain way. You have to, your material changes over time in response to humidity and moisture evaporation. So she's trying to prevent this piece from falling over. And so she's kind of putting her physical body on the line to hold up this thing and support the machine as it's going. This is a really terrible application of this technology. You know, we didn't force her to do this, to be clear. She saw a benefit, but she had back pain afterwards. And it's maybe like just one of the most evocative and least subtle ways of which like putting a machine in the loop of physical production takes some of the ways in which a person can be embodied in a making process and shifts it over to corresponding to the demands of the machine. So this is an area we want to address, like thinking about ergonomics of manual physical workflows with machines and computational interaction. We wouldn't have ever gotten to this if it hadn't been doing the residency, because everything we'd done before that, we spent 5 minutes printing. It was only after we had artists spend days and days and days that we started to get to some of this. So like this once again gets back to like, that's the right question to be asking. We understand the problem much better now that we have done this longitudinal study of creative practice.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question which is slightly related to the previous one. I was ashamed to ask it, but now that the other question came, I'll just dare. And I'll start with an example from my own field. There are entire conferences dedicated to literary machine translation, debating, you know, how well language models are dealing with this really creative and complex task. But then human translators would go, but why? I mean, literary translation is something that we really love doing, you know, apart from all the other kinds of translation, which are not so much fun. So my question actually is, you know, is this, you said yourself, artists are angry. Let's design tools that people want to use, that, you know, and I can imagine that pottery artists really like doing what they're doing, right? So have you asked them, do they enjoy working with your tools? What you know, what shift is there through your tools in their own experience and their process?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought this up. So in HCI, my home community, which, and I've been guilty of this too, there's often an implicit value that by building a tool, a computational tool for a creative community, you're somehow like automatically benefiting them in some way, which is a very problematic assertion. Laura Devendorf's work has really highlighted and pointed to the flaws of this reasoning. So she has spoken, like a lot of my ideas in this emerged from her work in kind of thinking about reframing the relationship of what it means to do computational tool production with artists, for example. And so if you say like, what I'm doing is building something for you, then you kind of get into a really awkward space about that question you just asked of like, well, what do you think about it? Because if I build something for you and you say, well, I hate it, then like you have an incentive to avoid that response. We are not building things for people exclusively. The way we think about our work is building things with practitioners. And that is both in terms of like our reliance on them as technical collaborators. This is also a term from Laura Devendorf's work that we borrow from extensively, where they're experts we brought in, just like we would bring in a materials postdoc to help us when we're trying to do some specific material work, or work with a graphics researcher We bring in a materials expert from the craft domain. And then the other thing we do in relation to that is we try to compensate them in a way that's equivalent with how we would compensate our other engineering creators. That's not a simple response, but like for the residency, all the artists were paid as postdocs, they weren't literally hired as postdocs. We couldn't do that because they didn't have a PhD, but they were compensated at the same rate we would compensate an engineering postdoc. That doesn't solve all problems, but it changes the relationship when you say, hey, I'm building this thing. It's early. It might not be good, or maybe it's the best thing I've ever built. What do you think about it? That it changes the dynamics of that conversation. I do want to say though that like we foregrounded this work by doing a lot of interviews with craftspeople, and we got a lot of responses. Just the idea of like, why would you want to do this? This seems bad. Clay 3D printers are going to take my jobs. Side note to that, like a Clay 3D printer isn't going to take anyone's job anytime soon. It's just too premature of a technology. But we try to listen to that. We try to question the things that we build. And while we are still motivated by the things we are excited about, there are directions that we have pursued that I plan to not continue pursuing in some of my own work. One of them, I didn't show it here. I don't think I have it. But one of the things we did with the clay digital pottery wheels, we added a scanner. So you can throw something, you can scan the outside of it, and you can reprint it. And this fundamentally for me changed the equation of these machines as automated tools for production, from something that required a lot of manual intervention to get an output to something that was relatively immediate. We talked about artists with how they felt about this. We never scanned anyone's work that didn't give us permission, but I also felt like that this was not something that we were trying to ultimately support, because it really did just turn it into something where after the initial scan was performed, the artist no longer needed to be a component of the process. Other researchers might make a different decision, but that was my approach. So I hope I addressed some of the elements of your question.
Hi, thanks for a great talk and sharing these wonderful projects. Going back to the Mira Murati quote, that maybe some jobs in the creative industries should go. It was awful of her to say that, given the position of power that she's in, but she's right. I've worked with games industry companies where they've got graphic designers working for 3 weeks on a texture for a character. It's the most mundane, tedious job imaginable. Then they move on to the next texture for 3 weeks. And then after 2 years making the game gets canned for economic purposes. And it's been a literal waste of time on tedious work. So being clear-eyed, I think we have to acknowledge that there are jobs which maybe should be automated. No one from the creative industries was up in arms when checkout operators were edged out by automated tills. Because there's this assumption that in all industries, there are some jobs which maybe aren't as fulfilling as they should be. So I wanted to point out that from my perspective, yourself, given your wonderful understanding of HCI and all these great projects enabling creative expression through technology, you're in a great position to change or augment the narrative. If there are going to be layoffs from the creative industries, many of those people dreamed of being creative artists, expressing themselves like the artists that you work with, but got trapped in texture jobs in games industry. And given that, that they will be available for creative arts jobs, maybe instead of having to listen to Elon Musk, Mira Murati, and Sam Altman talk about universal basic income and how we're all going to be better off in this glittering technological future, maybe we could talk more about an economy of creative expression where we try and kickstart something other than just living off the tech companies. And I wanted to put that out there as a provocation, and I wondered whether you have any comment on that.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought up the example of automated tills. So, because I think they're a great metaphor for what is likely to be happening or is happening for creative producers. I am not arguing, as you pointed out, that automation as a whole is fundamentally problematic, or that aside from values, that is just a reality, that automation has changed throughout history, the workforce skill set, and will continue to do so. What I'm pushing back against here is advocates of these technologies telling us in the same breath and telling artists particularly, we're going to make your lives better, while actively working to make their lives worse and disrespecting them. That is the hypocrisy. That is the moral failing that I will not support in any way. The automated till is a great example because you say that checkers maybe don't have a problem with it. Like, I'm not saying someone's aspiration is to be a human checker, but I think they have less of an aspiration to be a human manager of multiple failing automated tills that, despite our efforts to be fully automated, in fact are not. Like, every time I use one, I usually, like, half the time I have to get somebody to come up and help me. This is the same thing we're experiencing with AI as a whole. We're seeing this in customer support, for example. We're being promised to managers largely that these technologies will let them fire a lot of their workers and have much smaller human staff. And they do that. But what we have now is a much smaller human staff being tasked with a much greater burden of managing incomplete automated systems. So, like, that, and I'm not saying that's the only direction this could go, but I'm saying that I don't believe the AI creators, corporations specifically, when they say they're here to help artists.
The general point is, if we rage against capitalism, and if the creative industries rage against capitalism, they're going to get crushed. There's no doubt that capitalism is going to win that battle. So maybe it's time to start thinking about other alternatives rather than just protest and rage against it, and try and, if there is a new creative industry workforce out there, start thinking about positive outcomes from it.
Absolutely. And that's where I once again go back to collaboration, cross-domain collaboration, which is harder to do now. But I think that even though I have worked a lot with artists, if you give me a new domain, I'm not the right person to say what is busy work, what should go away, and what is meaningful work. That is determined by people who are an expert in that domain. So sure, but let's work with them to do that. Like, we're not in store for easy transitions. Although, like, I think raging against capitalism is pretty good as well. So
Good luck with that. Thanks very much.
Hi, Jennifer. This was so great. And I have lots of questions, but I'll probably just go and have a conversation with you at some point. I want to start off by saying, I wanted to ask about the influence of, like, being in the lifelong kindergarten group and, like, working with children, how that influenced you. In the slide you had at the end was, like, really nice. And also the mention of, like, Dana Boyd, Emily Bender, and just, like, having that conceptual framing. I guess I was curious, earlier on, you had that 4 examples of, like, working with clay, but also embroidery, and there's the different ways you can work with 3D and tactile art. And then you had step dance, which is, like, abstracting away from that. So with, I guess with clay, what I wanted to ask there was, when I did art in undergrad, and I would be, like, the building monitor in the art studio, and everyone who was taking a ceramic class would go, like, downstairs at 9 p.m. and come out at midnight, right? It's very visceral, it's very meditative, and it's something that you're just super sucked into. And so when you have, like, computational tools in that process, how are you able to preserve those meditative and visceral feelings that artists experience when working with those tools? The tools you create. And then I guess maybe piggybacking off of the question of the person who's wearing pink, sort of like you say at the end, at some point you mentioned also, like, perhaps changing these to software so you would commercialize at some point. And so then it's like you have systems that are built for with and by creators for whoever would like to use it.
Yeah, so I really appreciate both questions. There's another version of this talk I give that is purely, like, my personal motivations, although this is very personal, even more personal, which is really trying to get more to that experience you're talking about of the visceral being in the clay lab till midnight and not looking at a screen. I mentioned we built Step Dance at Haystack. This is a very sad picture for me to look at, because while Alon and I were sitting there in front of our computer screens, fixing the software library, everyone else was doing that exact thing in front of looms, glass studios. We felt like almost physical pain that we were not working with materials directly, even though we were ultimately trying to build machines that people could test based on their ideas. So that's, like, from a personal reason why I do what I do, is I'm trying to push. I love coding. I want to continue working with it. And I intellectually want to push it farther and farther away as an interface for direct material interaction. And it will always be, to some extent, probably a bit of a losing battle, but it's a productive one to participate in for me. Stepdance is the system I mentioned that we're turning into a product. We're purely doing that from a research perspective. We want to see what more artists do with the system and more designers. And this is something I've learned from some of my other collaborators who have done hardware at scale projects. If you need to get hardware in the hands of a lot of people, as much as I previously railed against capitalism earlier, the best way to do it right now is to turn it into a product, because there are existing distribution and manufacturing channels that work on that. So that's where we're going. Report back on how it goes, but we're learning a lot in the process.
Hi, thank you so much for that talk. It was very inspiring. I really liked the, what was it called? The sketch path, and how you kind of iterated to the point where you had the manual, you could actually control it manually, and the record the manual movement thing was fantastic. So I think it empowers people to be able to switch between like parametric design and manual design and then freeze it. So like we were saying before, like, you know, an individual artist could make something bespoke and then replicate it in its exact form. I think it's a really fantastic idea. So yeah, my first question in that sense is, I would love to have this for my lab. Like, do you have any ideas or plans for making this machine available for, you know, for other labs to use or to purchase?
Yeah.
And the second point, I kind of want to gang on to you along with Mr. Colton over there about the kind of negative view of AI. So in my course, I was looking at the Sketchpath interface, and like I basically teach students to do natural language programming and have them build interfaces for things and building, you know, physical prototypes and these kinds of things. So when you said that you don't see current applications for your field of, I forget what you call it, but basically doing computation and materials, I think that kind of like being able to have a basic machine like a pen plotter, and then being able to build interfaces and enable new kind of affordances for people to use is quite obvious to me. And I'm just wondering if you've considered that before.
Yeah. So quickly for your first question, like, we're probably not going to make more of the wheel anytime soon because it's too expensive. But the step dance system I mentioned lets you do the record playback. So we have open sourced it for non-commercial use. So if you have the skills to, or the time and interest in making your own PCB, you can do that. It's on the repo. I don't know if we put up the Gerber files yet, but if we haven't, as soon as we publish this next version of the paper, they'll be up. And then we're currently starting a loan. It's more of a gifting program where people can sign up, and we're sending them boards. It's going to be a pilot program initially, but so we're working in that direction. And if you go to my website, there's a link to the course website, which has all of the information. But it's not quite yet packaged as nicely as we would like yet. So your second question, this is the thing I've been struggling with the most. So I spent a lot of my previous computational fabrication career trying to help artists build digital things, and like with the belief, one, that it was just really great to make your own tools, and also with the belief that like by programming, as I said before, you would learn more about your process. And that was because that's what I saw artists I was really inspired by doing. For a lot of things now, it is easier to build your own tools, especially in the digital space. And I have many friends, colleagues, and students who feel so empowered right now. They literally say like, I have superpowers. I feel like I'm flying. You know, maybe you've experienced this too. So I'm like, why can I not see this as a win? And I still need to think about this more, but the answer often comes from when I see the breakdowns. So when you get to the point where something doesn't work, the LLM takes you in circles and you have no idea how to approach it. And I've had students in classes who are new to programming, who vibe coded successfully 9 out of the 10 weeks, got to the 10th week, reached a level of complexity, and everything broke down. Maybe these systems will continue to improve and that will happen less and less, but that is like an equal version of what I was pushing back against before and trying to address in creative coding languages when you have breakdowns. It's just that you'd have breakdowns at much earlier levels, so you weren't falling so far on that learning cliff when it happened. So I'm not saying it's simple, but it is something where I think about what happens when the tool gives up. What resources do you have to pull from at that point?
I think this is the right time to close the session and give a big hand to Jennifer again. It's time for lunch, and the next session will start at 2:30 here in this room. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was so fascinating. Yeah.
One-to-many and many-to-one relationship. And it also accounts to the fact that a text may either preserve the structure as is, or maybe it can expand on or compress the things that are inherited. And after aligning, we extracted 5 different types of features. We basically looked at the lexical channel. So we tried to see if we had similar wording. We looked at structural channel, semantic, conceptual, and narrative. And as I said, we had those control pairs that we built before. And what we try to do is to calibrate the scores that we obtain for each one of these channels. So for each one of these features, again, to make sure that what we capture is not just background noise and it's actually something significant. Then each text pair becomes a vector of 5 different channels. And we have a score that is still work in progress, but so far it works fine. And this score, what it does is that it actually shows us where is the strongest inheritance on what channel and also what changed in the text. So for example, this score will show a high value on the, I don't know, semantic channel and lower values on the other, which means that the writer got the inspiration for the themes that he was using, but changed everything else. So the part that is creative, of course, is the part that changed. And the first thing we looked at if the reference pairs actually have higher transformation scores than the control pairs, because that means that we are actually capturing some significant signal. And as we can see in this table, they do, and we have some statistically significant scores for the difference between them. The second thing that we looked at was, do we really need this not necessarily complex, but do we need all these channels in order to capture some interesting signals regarding the text? And it seems that we do. We try to run the experiments using each channel separately, and we see that the results are actually not the same and not the best as for our channel model. And these are the results we obtained for all the 10 pairs, the reference pairs that we selected. And somehow, as expected, for example, for Homer and for James Joyce, we see that the peak was on the semantic channel, while for structural and for lexical channels, we have divergence, which again is expected because this is how their relationship works. We also compare the difference between two translation of the Odyssey, and we see that we have high scores for the semantic and lexical, which again is expected. The structural and narrative are different because one translation is in prose and another one is in verses. And again, for each one of the pairs, we can see the scores. Of course, our study has its own limitation. We have a rather small corpus. Right now, we only tested on 23 works. And we have to take into consideration that what we considered here as ground truth is actually our studies from literature that are historically plausible, but some of the relationships are still highly debated. Also, this is quite a simplified method for trying to identify this sort of creativity transformation, as we called it, and we are still trying to improve it. So in conclusion, we think that literary creativity should not be seen only or should not be measured only as a simple similarity score, but should be taught more from different levels and different dimensions of the text. And besides that, another thing that we plan to do in the future, we actually had some great ideas in the reviews, would be to try to see if these frameworks can be used to evaluate AI-generated text and see if we can find something interesting there as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have some time for questions. Okay, let me get the ball rolling. That was a very interesting talk. So all of these texts are in the training data for large language models. And large language models can give you very good close readings of texts like these. Did you look at getting the LLM to give you mappings between texts, say between Joyce's Ulysses and Butler's Odyssey, lining up the sirens and cyclops and so forth, and then using that as a basis for further analysis, empirical analysis?
Not really. And I thought about that initially. The reason I did not use it is because the LLMs also saw in the training data the studies regarding those works. So I was thinking that the LLMs are probably biased. So they already know where to look and how to make these relationships because they know where how the things work for this.
They know a lot.
Yeah.
Just a little quirk. You had Dubliners. Dubliners is a collection of short stories, whereas the others are single monotexts. Did that influence the analysis?
Not so much. I was expected to, but no. We also ran some other experiments that I did not put here because I'm still working on this because I found it interesting. I also try to compare, for example, the Mansfield with Virginia Woolf, Catherine Mansfield with Virginia Woolf. There is an influence there. And Catherine Mansfield has mostly short stories, but because we have this overlapping window method, the dimension of the text does not influence the scores in any way.
Great. Okay. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, Pablo.
Thank you. This is a really interesting piece of work in a particular sense, because we are seeing of late like a lack of creativity in Hollywood movies, because they tend to go remaking the classics over and over again, and in a way they claim the value of the added value of these new things is precisely because they're picking on a particular layer and transforming it. But another part of the value is precisely in the fact that they retain the part of the original at some other layer. Have you considered trying a similar system on some of these very modern, very up-to-date materials?
Not really. Actually, I haven't thought about that, but it's actually a good idea. I think for movie scenarios would actually work and would be interesting to see if we can find something relevant there. Yeah.
Because I get that it's an intuitive feeling only, but I think your analysis might be the key to getting a quantitative handle on this current trend.
Yeah, I will try that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brad.
Thanks for your talk. Have you, I guess, do you have any plans to sort of evaluate these metrics in relations to how maybe people would judge those relationships, or otherwise, demonstrate that the metrics really do correlate with some real feature of the text?
We did not include any human evaluation, but the features that I'm using are actually cherry-picked, let's say, from studies of stylometry, which is my main field of study. And also, I looked at some articles that were trying to find the source of inspiration for a text or trying to measure the influence, let's say. And I pretty much put them all together and thought what would make sense. But yeah, I mean, a discussion with someone that has some literary theory background would be useful. It's just pretty hard to find that someone. Yeah.
We have time for another question. Okay, I've got one more question. Was there a hand there? Okay. No, it was a really quick question. Have you considered ordering text using your method, since influence works in one direction, and then using the empirical ordering, the date of publication, as a basis for testing your model?
I haven't, but I will now. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your wonderful talk. This is more like a suggestion because I don't think you thought of that, but let me ask you, did you think of applying your method to people that write on purpose, changing the style or the so-called fan fiction, which is very in demand these days from young people, young adults, teenagers. And I think this applies very well to your, because they're actually doing exactly that, trying to change something, some channel. And I think that would be nice to do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I will put it in the future work.
And there are a lot of data for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of data for that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, going on. Good man. I put you on the
Okay, congrats for your work and thank you. My question is simple and straightforward. What about the genres? Are you curious about exploring other genres? It's related to Pablo's question, I think, in some way, because genres and eras in literature are related. But I don't know what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is why I put the limitation that the corpus was small, and not only it was small, but it's not quite representative for all the literary movements out there. So yeah, this is definitely something to be looked into, because I'm not sure how it will replicate if we look in, I don't know, modernism, for example, where things were a bit more different. So yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's thank Roxana for her talk. Okay, so who's up next? Is it Ori? There you are. Okay, the next talk is by Ori and by Joe Toplin, who's not here. Both are comedians. If you get a chance, ask Ori to tell you his giant purple head joke. You will be disappointed. Notice we're in line for a treat. So whenever you're ready, Ori, take it away. You'll have 12 minutes and I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
All right. Yeah, so a couple of years ago, I did a stand-up comedy show in Berlin, and that was the first time I performed in front of a German audience. So I decided, mostly for my own amusement, to ask them to, instead of laughing, just say, like yell, "This is funny," or "This is not funny." So I enjoyed the show. I'm not sure the audience did, but the point is that talking to a conversational AI agent these days feels very much like that. And so this video was uploaded just yesterday to YouTube. So it's state of the art, and give you like an idea of what it feels like if we manage to start it. You know this guy? Yeah, you got it? Well, I shared the sound. All right. Well, okay.
I'm glad we're both here now. What's the first thing you'd like to share over dinner?
Maybe like our passwords to our bank accounts.
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. That's a joke because we're on a date. So was that funny?
It's a cheeky joke, definitely gave me a laugh. What's something fun you've been wanting to try together?
I didn't hear or see your laugh. Can you laugh for me?
Haha.
I'm glad you found that funny.
So?
I'm glad we're both.
Okay. So if you wanted to make AI conversational agents more human-like, which I don't, but it's a fun engineering problem. If you wanted to do that, then you don't want it to just be able to tell when something is a joke or not a joke, but you also want it to know how funny you are trying to be, right? Like how so it knows whether to smile or to chuckle or to LOL. So that was the purpose of this benchmark that we were building. So we have essentially just 80 short texts with that are very much the style of a late night TV comedy monologue. So think Jay Leno or David Letterman, because the people who worked on that, this writing this and rating this benchmark are all Emmy-winning writers for this. Specifically these TV shows from the 80s and 90s. So we had the we have those 80 conversational sort of the assumption here is that monologue style jokes are similar to the kind of jokes that people make in conversations. And so we have we made short text that fit into those 4 categories of not funny, a little bit funny, funny, and very funny. So that was the goal of the benchmark. First of all, now I know what you're thinking. This is not funny. Well, the purpose of this this exercise is to really have the kind of jokes that would presumably appeal to a wide segment of American mass media watchers, as judged by these expert comedy raters. So these people who wrote for these TV shows. So basically you have it's kind of like conversational topics like, parents are pushing for healthier food in school cafeterias. And then you have a response to it that could be non-humorous, a little bit humorous, or extremely humorous, which, the kind of joke that you would expect the at least the conversational agent to laugh at. Okay, so so when you look at the actual rating of the comedy experts, right? So these are comedy writers from the 80s and 90s mostly that have not done it in a while, but supposedly are experts. So these are the distributions of ratings across the 3 categories. Right, so 0 is not funny at all, and so on. And as you can tell, there is, some of the raters are much harsher than others. And we have unapologetically selected the 3 left raters for this benchmark. And the reason is it's grounded in it has its reasoning. So first of all, they're highly correlated in their ratings, right? So there is a high reliability. And they also spread, as you can see, their responses across the 4 categories quite evenly. And finally, and most importantly, they are relatively generous in their ratings, which is what we kind of want from the conversational agent, right? So if you are, lonely enough to need AI for companionship, the last thing you want is to judge your jokes harshly, right? So so these are, and then you can tell here in the similarity metrics as well that those 3 raters had a high degree of agreement between them, higher than the others. And there's a bunch of reliability measures as well here that we that show that the benchmark, given how subjective the thing they're trying to rate is, they have relatively high degree of agreement. Okay, and so how do you use this benchmark? So suppose you're trying to build a conversational agent that laughs at jokes appropriately, and you want to decide whether to use as a backbone to it one of the models that GPT-5 has. So here, this is real data. So we looked at the ratings of the different models, and as you can see, size appears to matter, right? So the metric here is essentially the agreement with the benchmark. So for whatever that is worth. So you see that the bigger models, so the full parameter versus the nano and the mini, they appear to perform better. And that is also consistent with other studies, and which suggest that the smaller models don't get jokes as much because they don't have the cultural references that they rely on in the training set. But you see that there are diminishing returns when you go from GPT 5.1 to GPT 5.3, and actually the pro and the heavy reasoning models appears to be doing worse. So that's it's not like the basic GPT models don't do reasoning. All of the GPT-5 models do have some reasoning baked into the cake. I think that was the case since GPT-4, but there's a sweet spot, and also in terms of speed, right? So it will take it much longer to generate the rating and react to the joke. So it's this joke is a thinker. It's like, haha. So that would be GPT-5 Pro, and so you want the 5.1. Okay, so that's how you would use it. Now, since we have this benchmark, we decided to just go crazy and put a lot of try everything we can and judge it according to this yardstick. Besides all models from all providers we can find, we also used Witrater to judge the joke's funniness. So Witrater is a commercial system that was designed by my co-author Joe Toplin, and the short story is that it uses ChatGPT as the backbone, in addition to a bunch of rules and best practices about how to write good jokes. Okay, so we have that. So we call it a neurosymbolic hybrid to sound fancy, and that's this graph essentially does a lot of work. It has all of our results. So first of all, the y-axis here is a quadratic Cohen's kappa. It's basically a measurement of agreement between the various models' ratings and the rating of the benchmark. So as you can see here, first of all, the dotted line at the bottom, this is non-expert raters, right? So these are subjects from Amazon Turk rating the same jokes as the experts did. Then, so that's the degree of their agreement with the experts. And then you have various models. So first of all, so here you see that there was a bit of a jump in performance between the models of 2024 and the models of 2025, right? So for OpenAI, it would be GPT 3.5 Turbo versus GPT 4.0. There was a bit of a jump in performance. Same is true for Anthropic Haiku, 3 versus 3.5. So there's a jump in performance there. It's not, you don't see it for XAI because, well, their first model was, I think, already the second generation. So it was 2024, I believe. So you see that the performance go above, if to the extent that agreement with these experts is considered high performance. There is a jump above human non-expert performance around that 2024 to 2025 sort of model improvement, and then it sort of plateaus. Another interesting thing we played around with here is the prompting. So there is naive prompting where you just ask it to, okay, here is the joke, here is the scale, and just give me the rating, how you find it, how funny you find it. But then we also had the theory informed rating, where you have, describing incongruity resolution theory of what makes humor, and then asking it based on that theory to judge how funny the joke is. We tried the same with superiority and relief. And the bottom line is that it doesn't make much of a difference, except for a couple of, interesting cases. But generally, it doesn't make much of a difference, likely because the model just ignores these instructions, I think, so, which it tends to do. What else? So finally, we have the wit script up there. So it seems to agree mostly with the experts or perform best, depending on what you want to call it. So finally, this is a cleaner way to look at the same data. This is our regression analysis, and you see that the model generation is on the x-axis. So there's a jump in performance around 2025, after which the performance plateaus. We actually find the same result in a different study when you ask the LLMs to judge whether two jokes are similar to each other, like the degree of similarity between jokes. So there is a jump in performance around that point, after which the performance plateaus. Yeah, so questions, complaints? Yeah. Oh.
That's funny. Hello. Super funny, super interesting. Thank you so much. Great joke in the beginning. So this aligns with something that I've noticed in the LLMs in general, that over the past year, there has been diminishing returns for anything but the most convergent use cases. So basically, in many ways, I've been finding that the reasoning models and other sort of very recent models are actually less intelligent for a lot of use cases that I care about. So I was wondering if you can comment a little bit about why you think reasoning doesn't work very well for your use case, or anything else related to that.
Okay, so first of all, I think reasoning is important. So there have been some studies that showed if you look at the early models that didn't have reasoning backed into the cake, like the 3.5 GPT, or when you train them, fine-tune them on STEM tasks, so basically increasing their reasoning in a way, they improve their performance at humor, judgment, and explanation. So, and I think that the big jump between 2024 and 2025 was this additional reasoning baked into the cake in the LLMs. But yeah, there are diminishing returns. So like when you're thinking about jokes, it's something you get quickly. It's not something if you have to think. If you don't get it in an instant, if you have to think about it and gradually understand it, then it's not as funny. So that could be why we see that effect.
Okay, thank you. Interesting.
Nice.
Amazing talk. I had a question about context. So, when you were talking about the whole idea of the punchline being unexpected and the setup not necessarily giving you an exact clue as to where the punchline will come from. So a lot of that humor in human I guess comedy shows tends to be based on context, like I guess lived context, or like making these connections that are common in a given society. So the example that was listed with the power tools being lent out by the library, it gave me a chuckle at first, but then I was like, wait, but that doesn't, like, the context doesn't make sense. Like, what kind of library lends out power tools? So how does this sort of model deal with that, like, larger context outside of the
So in terms of context, I think I think it is important important, and you can partially see it by how the smaller versions of the model, like the Nano and the Mini, perform worse. And there have been actually experiments. I think it was by Lockman. I'm not sure. So there was an experiment where they asked LLMs also to explain jokes, and the Mini and the smaller versions of the models just didn't get the cultural references. So you can see specifically, okay, the reason why it's just don't know the cultural references, whereas the full parameter models do. I'm not sure if that's answer your question or not exactly.
I think so. It's I guess more about specifically the model that you discussed that generates those jokes. I think the one that was created by Joe.
Okay. Generation. So joke generation is a different problem, but Joe also has with script as to be distinguished from with writer, which does generate jokes. So it uses an algorithm that that does try to find associations between remote concepts, right? So if you give it like a headline, it would look for topic handles in it, and then it would try to connect them associatively to an association that has comedic potential. Some of it is proprietary, but we kind of know how it works because of the
Thank you.
these publications and patents and stuff. But yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
I have a quick question. You were talking about getting the LLM to give you a number for the joke. Did you ask it to explain the joke first?
For this one, we didn't. Although, if you're thinking about the Witwriter itself, does give an explanation for why it gave a particular rating, so it would.
Because generally, when you ask LLMs to rate jokes, they give you high scores for rubbish.
Right.
And if you ask them to rate the joke or to explain the joke first, they tend to give you 15 points lower on average in their ratings. You can raw versus cooked ratings. If you ask them to think about it, instead of just give me a number, you get lower numbers.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But I don't know if they would correlate better with the human experts.
It might, and it could be that part of the way with script work under the hood is because it explains it first and then gives the rating, right? So it does give them an explanation, so that must occur first, right? So there is a bit of chain of reasoning.
Yeah, that's thinking essentially.
Yeah.
Any other questions on? Anyone want to find out how Witwriter actually works?
I will interrogate Joe.
So this is sort of related. I mean, can you just describe kind of what the prompt and response you got from the LLM was when it was rating these jokes?
Sure. For the rating, so the naive rating was just please rate this joke for funniness on this scale. 0 means not funny. 1, a little bit funny will produce a smile, essentially like that, right? So that's the naive rating, and then the theory informed rating would be something that essentially describe the theory briefly. I don't remember it off the hand, but essentially a short description of what is incongruity resolution theory or relief theory, and use that. Like the focus is to use that to judge the joke as opposed to just some. And I think part of the reason why you do see a little bit of difference. I feel like the more advanced models, if you ask them to only focus on superiority, it kind of misses some of the stuff and performs worse. But most models just perform about the same. So.
Okay, we have time for another question. Yep, Anna.
I just wanted to make a comment on the library joke because Finnish libraries actually do lend out tools. So it's a real thing.
Okay, well, we learned something. Yep. One last question to this young man here. Make it good.
So I was listening to the other question about the prompt. The earlier models didn't understand well the quantity, like the numbers. If you asked him how many A's are in the word banana, he would answer like a number. Do you think that has any impacts on the lower rating on the?
Well, specifically, so specifically like the problem of spelling, of like counting, I think that's like a token thing. So just in terms, because because the words are then kind of converted to tokens, and then it only has the tokens, and it kind of misses that don't count the letters in them correctly. I don't know if that directly translates to whether it would rate better or worse. I mean, I think in general, any kind of inability to, I don't see how it directly would affect the rating. It might, like, more abstractly, if you extrapolate it somehow, but yeah.
Really, 5 words. Okay, well, let's thank our speaker, Ori, then. Okay, we'll get set up for the next talk. Okay, so we have another humor talk. You're in for a treat. Cognitive, social, and creative skills for effective AI humor generation by Lydia Chilton and Sean Kim. Sean, take it away. I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for having me. So this is humor skills, cognitive, social, and creative skills for AI humor generation. I lead AI at Riz, which is the leading AI dating assistant, which is quite relevant to this, as well as my advisor, Lydia Chilton, at the Computational Design Lab at Columbia. So I'm fascinated by humor, of course, through my job, and humor is really how people connect. And we often think, when we think of humor, just to get a laugh, it's as simple as that. But humor is actually a proxy for a lot of levels of intelligence, right? It's your perception, it's your taste, it's your timing, it's your knowledge of human relationships, how far you can push the boundary. Oftentimes, the funniest people are actually quite smart. And actually, it's very hard to be funny, in my opinion. Yet, such an important skill is overlooked because AI still struggles with humor. And I think at the Frontier Labs, the focus at the moment, which is totally correct, is for the output to be correct, right? The output needs to be right. Enterprise coding, enterprise productivity, drug discovery, we all want those to be right. But eventually, and I hope it's certainly the case right now, once we get the output right, it also needs to land right as well. But the two things, that reason why AI still struggles with humor, is that humor needs our hardest skills all at once. So what I just mentioned, perception, timing, context, current events, it's a combination of all these skills at once, and LLMs don't apply these by default. So this is when I was scrolling Instagram the other day. The caption is "Shit ain't funny no more." If you're watching the World Cup, I'm Korean. The Koreans just got knocked out of the World Cup. It was very unfortunate to see. But there's multiple different angles in here and multiple different skills that are being used. And so obviously there's the context of the World Cup, the present day event. Son Heung-min, our star player, 2018, he's a young guy. He hasn't won World Cup yet. But 2026, he's getting old. It's getting a little bit more serious. Maybe he's not gonna, come home with a World Cup trophy. And this is in parallel to another Korean show, Squid Game. The meme format is the main character is entering the Squid Game for the first time. He's all happy, but second time around is kind of serious. And so this parallel, this visual similarity and contrast, that's also one skill. And on top of that, the actual slang term "shit ain't funny no more," the way Gen Z speaks, the emoji, that's also another level of context and like slang knowledge. So really something as simple as a meme caption, there's a lot of different things at work. So our task when you're noticing this is funny Gen Z Instagram meme captions. So again, if you're like me, I'm chronically online, so I'm scrolling the internet a lot. So one thing I saw is this, I think, donkey. And the most liked comment is, "I know 3 dudes that look exactly like this." And the second most liked, well, I guess in the comments, was "what Beyonce sees every morning," which I think is a reference to her husband. And so we deliberately scoped to one well-defined audience, right, Gen Z, and a concrete humor task, which is essentially the most liked comment. And basically the most liked comment is usually, for these kind of meme accounts, the funniest. or what people found the funniest. And so again, making a meme is complex. It's often multimodal. It's audience specific. What's nice is that there's ground truth in this case because the engagement reveals what people found the most funny. But also at the time, it's also very open-ended, as in there's multiple different angles for a comedic approach. There's multiple different ways you could approach that previous post I just showed you with the donkey. Again, someone making fun of Beyonce, someone making fun of their friends, how they look. There's multiple different things. And so something as simple is quite a challenge. So what we're building on is obviously the theory of humor, and obviously, of course, the great work at this conference. I believe, Professor Veal and most relevantly Toplin as well. So we're looking at these jokes can be broken down into steps. How original can we make these jokes, and we're building really upon this great foundation, this corpus of humor work, and hoping to make a good contribution. And so our approach, as I mentioned, is to treat humor as a combination of skills. And so the core 3 skills that we've noticed is the first step is observation. So maybe look a little bit harder than what the model would initially do on its own and surface some non-obvious details that could become the joke. So this is more so visual perception. Socially, we're also looking at what potential narratives or conflicts can we derive from this particular set of media, find the relatable human conflict or story that the media could be about. So maybe an image is about something totally irrelevant, but you can extrapolate a conflict from that to be relatable, maybe about relationships, maybe about work, money, etc., you name it. And the last step is to diverge, then converge. So it's generate as many different angles down on many different pathways. So try and generate as many as you can, then let a Gen Z taste model pick the best one and rank them down. So the way this works, so we found an image here of a man spraying water at a construction or demolition site while there's a big mechanical machine doing most of the work. And so the first step is visual detail extraction. So the image shows a demolition site. It basically gives you the very literal rundown of what's going on in the image. But the visual humor ideation is where things get interesting. So what, in terms of the visual nature of this image, is quite funny? There is a man spraying water, and that's probably likely not doing too much. I'm sure there actually is a purpose for the purpose of the image. Let's continue with that, while the mechanical machine in the background is doing most of the work. So there's just quite a bit of a David versus Goliath contrast, or more so, maybe the person is not really adding much effort into this demolition as the machine is. And so from this, we're going to go through the narrative extrapolation phase. So an AI will basically create a different bunch of scenarios, as in applying to college, finals week prep, relationship issues, and kind of go through a certain number of scenarios or relatable scenarios to Gen Z that this image could be about. And so from this, we use a fine-tuned Gen Z humor model to generate both humor generation with narratives and purely without. And so there's humor generation based on the narrative and the humor generation just purely on the visual. And so some of the jokes it came up with was me mopping up my last relationship. Again, it's not at all about a relationship, but that's what it came up with. But with the visual part, it was bro out here getting paid $8 an hour to spray some water on some bricks. And so it'll generate 30 of these captions and then rank them with a humor rating Gen Z agent. And so the first study is a blind three-way taste test. So we gathered a bunch of these Instagram images and their comments and basically saw, okay, we're going to get the 5 most upvoted human captions on these comments. We're also going to do a baseline of GPT-4o for 5 generated captions from this, and also 5 from humor skills. And so our hypothesis was that it would hopefully be funnier than the GPT-4o baseline, but it would also be on par with the top human captions. And so the studies 2 and 3 was that we know that Instagram content is naturally pre-selected to be unusual, funny. The nature of the image or media itself is supposed to be a little bit funny. And so we were like, okay, what if we did it on kind of boring images, right? So camera roll photos, we found some from Flickr, and even museum art, such as from the MoMA or the Met, from historical paintings to abstract where there's no human subject at all, to see if this skill applies to those as well. And so gladly, it was as funny as the top humans. And so it was funnier than GPT-4o baseline, and not so far off from the top human Instagram posts. And it holds on harder images as well from the museum set and the camera roll set. I'm not going to go through all of these, but here's a few examples. And so there's this picture of a guitar and a machine gun. And the top Instagram comment is American instruments. As you know, We're big, we love our guns in our country. So there's that. But also humor skills is me picking weapons into video games. This picks up on the Gen Z fact. There's video games. If you play video games, you can, select from a slew of weapons. And so it's quite relatable. My favorite one personally is this Minecraft one, this Minecraft character looking again, Minecraft, Gen Z, and the slang itself, it combines a good combination of both. But if you look at the GPT-4o1, when you accidentally click crop in real life, it's not that funny. A few more that I've liked. Bro looks like a living Snapchat filter. Again, pulls in that Gen Z context, that enlarged tongue as well. But the GPT-4o1 trying to lick the last bit of ice cream from the cone doesn't really hit as well. This is from the Flickr data set. The GPT-4o1 is I came to the bar for solitude. Doesn't hit at all. But our humor skills one actually picked up. He kind of looks a little bit like Hitler a little bit. And looks like he's about to write a manifesto. So that's the one that it came up with. It pulls in that context or what someone may find funny and goes from there. And it generates quite a humorous caption despite the non-humorous image. And even from the art one, for example, this abstract one on the right, it's not funny at all. There's no character or anything, but it came up with a narrative, a relatable scenario, right? When you're charging your phone, your cord gets tangled. I don't think it's actually the funniest one in this data set, but even with this, it outperformed significantly the GPT-4o1, right? And another one I liked is the forehead so high, it's getting its own zip code. But if you look at the GPT-4o1, the moment when you're caught off guard, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, he is eating something, but the real visual detail is that forehead. So the skills that show up in the jokes is that the observation stage really finds the real target. So the one I just showed you, a man with an unusually tall forehead, humor skills found the more interesting detail, right? As in the initial pass didn't for GPT-4o, it focused on the man eating, but the humor skills one found the anomaly of the really, you could land a plane on that thing, right? And so the next step is a narrative supplies a premise when the image has none. So that cord example I gave you, there's nothing concrete to mock about that, but it did find a relatable scenario, such as a charger, to kind of make a more compelling argument. And obviously the relevant slang earns a laugh, as in the Minecraft one I just showed you. Everyone loves Minecraft. The comment as well. It's just very precisely Gen Z. And so the lesson here is obviously not that AI can be funny. I think we have long cleared that, but it's that emotional communication can be engineered. And so humor, of course, is the proxy for social intelligence. And these complex humor skills can be broken down and improved upon. And so this matters beyond jokes. So the future of AI, like I mentioned, is not outputting the right thing, but helping it land the right way. And so for my job in dating, obviously that's going to help you get to that first date, but it can also apply for sales, relationships, friendships as well. How can you make a more compelling generation? And we are continuing to explore more of these skills, these thought patterns at the lab. And, I love this field. So thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Oh, that's great. So questions. Okay, we got a couple here.
You mentioned that your system uses a model that's fine-tuned on Gen Z humor. Could you just maybe elaborate on what that was?
Yeah. So this paper was written quite some time ago when GPT 3.5 was a thing. And that one was a little bit more relaxed in terms of the moderation. So we basically just went through these image descriptions of these Instagram posts. And then we found the top comments on these and basically fed them to GPT 3.5 in the fine-tuned basically examples. We explained why they were funny to the AI like verbatim. And we used that to train the fine-tuned model essentially. Yeah.
So I'm wondering about GPT-4o and the specifically the contrast between GPT's jokes and humor skills jokes on physical characteristics. So I'm wondering how much of that could be due to the inbuilt safeguards in GPT, where it's very reticent to comment on any kind of physical characteristic because it could violate safety guidelines. So did you turn off all of the like safety paths within the model, or did you find a way to go around that, or is it just out of the box?
I mean, we didn't explicitly turn off anything. I think we worked within the constraints of the model, and this would also apply to the current frontier models, especially the more lenient ones. But I think the way we navigated the commenting on the physical characteristics was not necessarily approaching it as an insult, but more so, how can you generate something funny? And there's nothing wrong with saying that he looks very square. It's a very abnormal thing. I think we approached it not as an insult to the person or the character, but more so, what's so humorous about this particular image, and that essentially the model thinks was okay.
Thank you.
I have to say that the Gen Z filter for humor reminds me of Buscemi going like, "How do you do, fellow kids?" I wanted to ask whether you checked if the jokes made by your system or by the other systems were actually existing on the internet, because I feel like some of them with a zip code, especially, I might have seen it in the past.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, there's no denying the fact that it scrapes a lot of Reddit, Instagram, and so I'm sure it can be mixed in. But the point being is that it's more so the format. And so there maybe have been a zip code comment. Again, like, if you have a big forehead, your friends will probably tell you, man, you could 5-head, you can land a plane on that thing. There's some variation of that forehead joke. But the point being is that it came up with it versus the default response was not that particular format. So what I'm really interested in is it finding that correct format and correct diction on that, joke format, essentially. Yeah.
Do you think the detection of the anomaly or the incongruity that behind that gives rise to the joke, does it happen in the image processing stage or the text processing stage?
Yeah, so both at the detection stage and the joke generation stage. So we really kind of prompted it to be like, okay, look at these visual elements, but on top of that, what could be potentially odd about this particular image, or like what screams out to you? So that David versus Goliath example, obviously we're telling it, say, describe this image, but at the same time we were asking it, what about this image could potentially is a contrast, or is there incongruity? Come up with a few scenarios. And so it would immediately point out there's a man like watering something while there's like a mechanical machine doing the bulk of the work. That's a contrast right there. And so we deliberately prompted it at those stages to kind of look for that visual interest, I guess, that you would derive. So like the chord example as well, it would be like, oh, it's a very chaotic, hectic thing. That's like the visual interest, I guess, in the scene.
Well, very cool. I think I don't know, somebody might, or you might want to do like an eye tracking study to see if your model predicts where people look at in the images.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. I think there's a cool model by Meta called Tribe, where it kind of predicts like the brainwave activity of like looking at media. I think that's something of a lot of interest. So for sure.
Looking to the future, so in comedy, timing is everything. If you were to add a layer of timing to these models, have you thought about how to incorporate timing in these AI-generated systems?
Timing as in like the current times, or
no, timing on when you make a joke when you incorporate the timing element of the narrative or the conversation when you plug the joke.
I think given the static nature of like as in just like a picture and comments, timing in itself is not quite the purpose. I guess that's more so his thing about like stand-up comedy. That's where timing really matters. For me, in the context of timing, it would be more so, how can you pull in the current events of the time, or any like interesting news that has happened? That's kind of what's fascinating to me at the moment, but I don't think it necessarily applies to this current system.
Okay, we have time for another question. Yeah.
Great paper. And by the way, while I was on the plane from Munich to Lisbon, I actually had printed out your paper and I read it on plane. So
Thank you.
And I didn't know that you're going to present. So that was really quite random. And I really enjoyed reading your paper. I think it's great work. I have one question. What are your thoughts on other cultures? Meaning that what would happen if we were to do this in Korean, for instance?
Yeah, so like each different culture has its own like unique meme culture. So like we're often siloed into but I think the principles would still apply as well, as in if you look at like Chinese internet content or like Korean internet content, you would still find it funny for the most part. I do think oftentimes with these cultures, like they're not so like vastly different in terms of what we find funny. You know, they're going to find like an animal video like really cute. Obviously there's going to be different like culture. I think the biggest difference would probably be like if there's like a direct cultural thing that we don't understand, don't relate to maybe. So like maybe it would be like related to Korea, like uniquely Korean thing. Maybe an American wouldn't find it funny, but like maybe translate this into Korean. They would probably still find it funny, but you know, we would have to verify those results.
Hi. I love hearing about new and cool ways of doing things, but I think in general we should also give existing models a really good chance at doing these kind of things. And LLMs, in principle, can generate humorous text, but it doesn't feel like you've gone too far down that line with GPT 4.0. And you don't even mention the prompt in the paper that you've given it. I wondered, did you do any experimentation with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Enough to kind of convince you that you really do need a more sophisticated approach.
Absolutely. So, you know, when I first, with my full-time job at Riz, actually, that was like the first task at hand, as in like, how can we, it's a little different, but I applied the same thing. It's like, how can we really push the current LLMs without fine tuning, just baseline? Can we make them flirty? Can we make them funny? And so we did try like a huge number of approaches, and we're actually still doing that right now with our current work. Basically, when a new model comes out, we're like, okay, maybe this is the time. LLMs are by default funny. Can we really prove it out? We test out all the different prompts, all the different you know, efforts of the time, and we kind of come to the conclusion still, oh, it's not quite there yet. And so with each new release, essentially, we do go through like a rigorous phase. But you know, if you would like to see the prompt, I'm happy to email it to you. My email's on the paper. So I'm happy to discuss more.
No, I'm just glad you gave it a chance. And
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. That's perfect timing. Thank you very much. I'm sure you've all seen Pablo sitting there brooding in his chair. He's about to deliver the final provocation of this session. As you can see, the talk is by Pablo, Carlos Leon, and Dan Ventura, who's also here in the audience. So I'm going to pass it over to Pablo. There you go.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, now, test time. You thought you were going to get away without it, but how many people in the audience could tell me offhand how many different types of papers are described in the call for papers for this conference? Raise your hand if you can. Ooh, okay. So I'm going to tell you, but before I do, I'll tell you there's two different ones. And when we wrote this one, we had doubts. We didn't know whether to make this a meta perspectives paper, which is something basically answers a request from the organizers to tell them how well they're doing and what they might do better. But there's another one that might also fit, which is a provocation paper. Okay, so in the end, we went for the meta perspectives because this is, I am chair for the General Assembly of the Association. Dan is general chair for the association itself. Carlos has been secretary for the association for a long time. So we've been involved in this for a long time, but it's more like, this is not humor, by the way. It's rather leaning towards the drama side. But anyway, so as we were doing this, we've had we basically we were the people that anybody who had a complaint about how this was run came to. Okay, so we've heard a lot of those complaints. This is in part a result of processing all that. But so it's not really intended for a really wide audience. It's more for people who've either participated in the organization of the conference before, or might be organizing it in the future or something like that. But since if you're all going to get this, well, I decided for the presentation to go more for the provocation side. So excuse me if you find this a little too abrupt, but the paper is a little nicer and has more positive thoughts. Okay. So, change the focus. Okay. So this was our motivation. We keep finding that ICCC is drifted from what it originally was, and it's becoming less and less distinguishable from other AI conferences. This is good for some people. It's very valuable. We're no longer a niche community. We might get the thing indexed at some point. But a lot of people who had been with us from the beginning feel a little betrayed. And this is some messages we get all the time from different people, and doing things that don't get accepted, and they get reviews they don't like, and basically they can't come because their papers weren't accepted. So this is what I want to discuss, and I give you just these 3 ideas, really. What the difference was between what this was at the beginning, what it is now, and then the actual issue about the paper types, which you may find surprising, and just a few hints about creativity in general, which our reviewing body seems not to be aware of. Okay. So this is how it all started, long time ago, 26 years ago. Well, 27, in fact. There was one before this that I didn't attend. But what an interesting here is you can see the names, creative and cultural aspects of AI and cognitive science, right? It wasn't terribly computational, and cognitive science featured there very strongly, and cultural aspects as well. So it's always been very interdisciplinary and not necessarily very computational, right? This went through a number of, you can see some names there that you might recognize as well. And then we had, okay. This was another parallel line, the creative systems workshop. Again, different phrasing, maybe much more computational. And then we had the joint computational creativity workshop, which is where the name started. And this led to what we are now, which is the Association of Computational Creativity, many years of the international conference and so on. So this is what we have. And what has happened as a result? We've grown a lot. We had to recruit a larger number of reviewers ideally from very different disciplines, but in practice, I'm not so sure about this. We seem to be drawing them mostly from AI or computer science, and some of them just agree to review for us, but then don't submit papers. They reckon that they're capable of doing this just based on the fact that they can review for other computational conferences. And this has led to at least these 2 problems that we identified, okay? Now, this is the call for papers. This is not something I'm inventing. It's not just me whinging because this is not what I grew up with, right? This is in the call for papers. Yes, 5 types of full paper. 1, strong evaluation requested, okay? 2, full evaluation, not essential, okay? Study papers, no evaluation, comes from a different discipline, okay? Cultural applications, no evaluation. Position papers, ideas, no evaluation. We still get position papers rejected by reviewers who don't like them because they don't include evaluation. This is something we need to address because people get really pissed off if they write a position paper and they're told that they should have had some evaluation, right? And that's only an example I could list. I'll tell you, I've been receiving these complaints for some time now. Okay, but that's not all. We also have the short papers. yes, late breaking results, like the other ones, but late. Okay, fair enough. You can decide that it needs evaluation. Okay, nuggets, any topic for which one might consider a long paper. So already that's 3.5 out of 5. Okay, but all the others, you can see them here: provocations, show and tell, summarize your work in another field, create bridges to another field, initial foray into research topic, proposal for a task, analysis of how we might do things differently. Okay, these are all the things that the conference is meant to be about, right? You'll see as you walk your way through it how many of the papers correspond to each of these. But we need to keep this in mind. Either change it, decide that we want to change it, or keep this in mind when we are reviewing. Okay? And each of these will have requires different criteria for reviewing. You can't review them all as if they all were technical papers, because that's not what they are. Okay. Okay, so this was never meant to be a very technical conference. It's not a computer science conference per se. It's not an AI conference. It was intended to be interdisciplinary, bring together people who are considering creativity from a very theoretical point of view, from specific fields where people are being creative but not necessarily computational, and allow them all to come here. That's why the call for papers was designed as it is, right? So there's room for a lot of different people to come and bring their stuff. So there's an option for us computational guys to hear from people who are not, right? And this is somewhat getting lost recently. Then there's this idea that creativity is special in itself, right? And not all our traditional computer science, AI criteria apply equally. Okay, so this is your definition of creative and your definition of reproducibility. Okay, I get it. I've had this before, right? This is not reproducible at all. No, my dear man, this is not reproducible. If it were, I would have thrown it away. I'm trying to be creative. If my machine does the same thing, I've run it twice and it gives me the same stuff, I throw it away. I change it. It's not reproducible by design because it's supposed to be creative. Okay, what happens is, even in this apparently competing framework now of LLMs, reproducibility is already being questioned, right? All these LLMs, this black box thing, it's you run it and you get different thing. Well, but why would we be insisting on this? Okay, same thing for the gold standard thing, right? It's yes, you want me, you're going to decide whether my stuff is good if it does the same thing that someone else has already done. That won't help me. I won't value my stuff better for that. It's the other way around, right? But also, and this is, this is the definition of pastiche, right? It's not creative. It's a specific, slightly derogatory term for attempts at creativity that are not so, because they're trying to reproduce something else that already existed. Okay, and even in LLM work, this is already being questioned because this doesn't seem to be a way of doing it for LLMs either. So what's happening here? We are being put down because we don't do these things, when in other conferences that had been doing this for a long time, they're giving them up. They've discovered that they're not working properly. They're not doing the job. So we need to think about this. Again, remember, this is just the provocation. And a word on this. This talk has been placed here because we have some influence on the organizers, and they decided to put it here. So whoever might be interested in discussing this a little further, because short talk doesn't give you much, can carry on to the steering committee after the coffee break, where we can go into this in more detail if anybody cares for that, or discuss the possible options to solve this There's a few of those suggested in the paper that I'm skipping because I'm going for the provocation angle. Okay. But this is just some evidence picked out at random from a Google search to show you that I'm not the only one considering that the gold standard might not be what we want moving forward from here. Okay. And so this is where we are. It's there's things pulling us in different directions, and we need to decide. If we keep doing this, we're basically going to either break the boat in half and sink, or at the very worst, at the very best, stand still and not move forward. So we need to do something here. And finally, some people asked us, I think it was why we mentioned the Emperor's New Clothes in the title. So the Emperor's New Clothes are this new, fancy, wonderful, bigger, wider, more international, more serious version of the conference. But what if by doing that, we lost the essence of what we originally were? What if this was a bit like having put a straitjacket on ourselves, which forces us to do things a particular way that we are not terribly happy with? And that's the message of the paper.
Went way over there, but we're very tolerant. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you. And we still have time for questions because everyone else was on time. Okay, so we've got 2 here, 3, a whole bunch of hands are popping up here.
Remember, we can carry on after the break if you prefer.
Hi, Pablo. Thank you so much for this paper. I think you might know that I agree with you in a bunch of these things. That's why actually I have one of the workshops on theoretical computer science and computational creativity, because I think these types of paper don't represent, for example, theoretical work so well. And I think we also need criteria for this kind of work that, for example, don't include this kind of evaluation that is imposed in many of them. One thing I've been thinking a lot is who gets to decide what the criteria are, right? Because it's true, and I agree with that. I created the workshop because I didn't want to be the one saying, okay, this is how someone should review theoretical criteria. I think no one can do that. And I think this whole area is quite good at, or quite bad at deciding one way to do things or just agreeing on one definition on how things should be. My question for you is, who will actually decide the criteria? Or, for example, I think one of the suggestions you have in your paper is like, I think it was tutorials or something by paper type. So criteria by paper type. Who gets to decide those criteria?
Well, we've been trying to solve this problem for a long time. And we were just discussing this with Christian earlier today, because he said he couldn't be here, but he wanted to his views represented. So I'm paraphrasing some of the things we said. Officially, the call for papers and the reviewing form are the responsibility of program chairs for each event. But in my experience, and I've done both things a few times, when it gets to that point, you don't have the time. It's difficult enough to actually get the things going and do everything, and you tend to reuse the call for papers and reuse the review form from whatever, which is why we still have this one, which was drafted so long ago, right? So what we're saying is maybe we need to find someone else, because at some point, I mean, even though these things are in the call for papers, reviewers would never get that. They don't, unless you make the special effort of tracking down the call for papers and reading it through when you sit down to review, you won't know that there's all these options. But even then, for a long time, reviewers wouldn't even be told what type of paper, under which category a paper had been submitted, so you wouldn't know whether this was supposed to be a position paper or not, right? So, and I'm arguing, and we can discuss this later, but I'm arguing for having a specific review form for each type of paper you have, because it's radically different. Most big conferences out there doing this anyway, have done this for some time now, have really elaborate review forms with very specific questions that you have to say yes or no or to, or things like that. So we could that. So it'll work. We can't find the time to do the very basic stuff. This would be beyond that. So it's tricky. We can talk about this later.
Hi. So my name is Sean. I created Ulcers and Nasty Provocations in the very workshop that was mentioned before at the end, and have an obnoxious provocative paper at the end of this conference too. But I would ask a different, I don't know if there's a provocative question or not, but with regard to this, I am old, and I'm old enough to have been a major participant originally in artificial life. And the reason I mention that is that conference is of all the conferences I can think of that are, shall we say, AI adjacent, that is the one that is most similar culturally to this one, in my experience. And it is gone. And the reason, I wouldn't mention, by the way, there was one other famous conference, which I did not attend because I'm not that old, which was the original Dartmouth conference, which was also a highly interdisciplinary conference. It involved computers, well, there weren't computer scientists at the time, but mathematicians and logicians and psychologists and philosophers. In artificial life, there were two communities. The two communities were computer scientists who were trying to steal ideas from biology to be able to inform algorithms and come up with cool ideas for AI. And there were biologists who were trying to steal things from computer science in order to be able to do, computer modeling and things. And the reason why the field imploded is that the biologists became so big, and that field became so significant in terms of modeling and biology, it eventually broke off and formed systems biology and left artificial life, and now artificial life is essentially a dead conference. I'm worried about what's going to happen here. We have three communities, as far as I can tell, and I've only been here twice, but I think I've got a handle on the communities here. The first are the computer scientists or the engineers who are interested in stealing ideas from creativity research in psychology and cognitive science and things like this and philosophy to inform algorithms in AI, just like before. Second are social scientists and psychologists. These used to be a big group, and now they're a much smaller group at peers who are interested in doing computer modeling of real creative processes in humans. And third is the group that I would call, I don't know, for lack of a better term, the users. People who are interested, who are not computational, but people who are interested in stealing computer science things in order to be able to assist them in their goals of making people or themselves more creative in general. Artists, mathematicians, whatever you like. I'm worried that the computer scientist group is becoming overwhelmed by certain other groups. I have noted, for example, that NeurIPS has workshops on creativity that are larger than this entire conference. And that is not a good sign. So I personally, although I have my own complaints about other things, which I'll be discussing on Friday, I don't like the idea of completely separating I understand the reason, because you're trying to protect them, and it's completely valid to have, measurable and non-measurable methods and things, and in computer science are born debuggers. We consistently will say bad things about each other and everybody else because that's our Buddha nature. But it does take away something from the unification of from the melting pot that the conference is supposed to be. And I am worried that it will encourage the continued process of this conference. I hope not the case, but I'm worried it will be, to go down the same road that artificial life did.
Yes, no, that is our concern as well. Your analysis of the set of communities involved is valuable, but it leaves out a very important component that was present from the very beginning, which is people more interested in working out how creativity works in people through computational models. And that has been very strong in this conference for a long, long time. No, you said people who want to use this in social sciences, but it's, yeah. Oh, okay, I'll buy that, yep.
Okay, thank you. So, gosh, so many things to say.
Remember, we can take them up after the coffee break.
First of all, I mean, I'm going to nitpick now. Your chronology there missed a couple of things.
Of course.
It missed one in.
I had 7 minutes and I overrun even as it was.
It missed an event in 1997 that Tony ran, which was, as far as I know, the first thing called computational creativity, and it missed the 1999 conference.
I mentioned that
in Edinburgh.
It wasn't in the slides, but I mentioned it.
Wait, okay. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. The reason I wanted to mention that one in particular was because John McCarthy, at that age, maybe 84 or something, submitted a paper and came because he thought it was really interesting. I mean, that's extraordinary. Yeah, so there's a little history there, which we really want to try to maintain. I absolutely agree with your point there. I've seen 2 other conferences, ISMIA, which I think you mentioned, or it's in the paper perhaps, and ESCOM, which is the music psychology conference, be taken over by whichever field has the most money. In the case of ISMIA, engineers. In the case of ESCOM, psychologists. Everything is relative. And that's another issue, right? I guess happened probably with the A-Life one too. I don't know. Anyway, what is my point? My point is this. It's up to the program committees and the program chairs to decide what the policy is, or the steering committee as well, obviously, and implement that policy. So we do not have to be slaves to reviewers. The program committee has a right and indeed a responsibility to direct the conference to maintain what the steering committee thinks the conference should be.
Here.
And if that means sometimes saying, well, this paper is a brilliant paper, but it's not right for this conference, that's okay. Yeah? That's what I think.
Okay, so we have a few questions down the front. As usual suspect, I'll get to you next, Simon. Sorry. Okay, we need to be quick because we're running out of time.
So yes, thank you for a very interesting paper. I've already read it. I think there is a couple of things that are missing here. I do agree with the idea that there's a drift going on, but I think that there's also a drift in AI in general. So I think this conference, in the type of papers that we publish, especially the provocations and the study papers that do not necessarily contain evaluation, are actually in the spirit of, for example, the work of Alan Turing at the very beginning of AI science. So they contain that type of thought experiments. And I would say that modern reviewers are not necessarily equipped to evaluate these. And I think that is a type of paper that we should recognize and especially find the criteria for evaluating those and maybe instruct people also in evaluating those. And then the second point was that you were saying something about repeatability and reproducibility. And I think one of the things that have been a positive thing for me has been that we have also gained this ability to repeat some of the results within computational creativity. And I think that's an important development that shows that the field is also going forward. But I do think at the same time that reproducibility within computational creativity isn't necessarily the same thing as reproducibility in other AI fields. So as you were saying, a machine that would be producing exactly the same thing would be faulty from a creativity perspective. But I think that reproducibility within computational creativity means that you give your audience, your readers, the same tools that you have had and explain how you have used them so that they can build machines that would produce similarly different results.
Yes, reproducibility is an issue. I agree with your point. I think we need to, and that's part of what we were suggesting in the paper, which I glossed over, which is we need to make a special effort, as Geraint was suggesting, to inform our body of reviewers about to teach them how to appreciate the specific things that we want. I was presenting my poetry generation work at a poetry festival in London at some point, and I was waiting to walk on stage with and there was a young lady in front of me who was a proper poet, and we were just chatting while we waited. He said, "So what do you do?" "Oh, I have this program. I'm training it to. I'm giving it a lot of classical poetry, so it learns, and then it can generate something like it. So, so that's completely the opposite of what I do. I said, how come? But of course, if I sit down to write, if at any point I detect a hint of resemblance of what I'm writing with anything that has been written before, I throw it away. So we have to be careful. I mean, yes, reproducibility has to be something different because we're trying to be creative. And again, we maybe need to distinguish between being able to generate poems, which is what LLMs do, and being creative when generating poems, which is way more difficult. A lot of people real people cannot generate poetry. A lot of them can generate poetry, but they're not good. A very few can generate poems that are good and creative. So, I mean, these are different standards, and we may need to consider that, right?
Okay, sure. So I applaud you, Carlos and Dan, for writing the paper and bringing this to the fore. I don't think it's just, well, the major symptom is the new reviewers coming in with different standards and techniques for evaluation. I think the opposite end of the spectrum is true as well, that old timers, including myself, as an old timer, are rejecting papers because of long held beliefs or biases as well, specifically against deep learning. That would be one thing I would highlight. And to highlight that further, I'm going to read from an email that you sent me and lots of other people. So it's not a private email. You were looking for suggestions for keynote speakers. You said, we're hoping for a keynote speaker that does not necessarily favor the neural approach. And the previous year I submitted a paper and it got kicked to shit, partly because it was a deep learning paper. There's no doubt about it. One of the reviewers said, I bet you've trained this on a big copyrighted data set, haven't you? And they can take that point of view, but they shouldn't necessarily use that point of view to reject a paper. They should, you know, it's still an open debate about that question about copyright. And it was when I read this email that I took the sad decision to advise my PhD students not to submit to this year's conference. First time in 17 years. Because they had the double whammy of being in generative music, which is almost impossible to get a paper in with, and using deep learning for it. And if you look at the papers this year, there's not a single paper in music in the main track. There's three posters that you might call on music for sure. So I think it's lumpy reviewing in the sense that some areas, some domains are too harsh on reviewers, and there's amongst some reviewers, which I presume are the old guard, a disdain for deep learning. And I applaud the idea of, I mean, you should also recognize that if someone's going to reject your paper, they're going to use every trick to reject it, and they'll take a dislike to it because it's deep learning, let's say, and they'll find every reason to reject it. One of which is to ignore the paper type. So for many years, I put the paper type at the top of my paper, and I almost went to the stage of actually cutting and pasting the, because I know they're going to do it, especially in generative music. I'm sorry, but this is utterly unbelievable that they ignore the system's description tag, and they expect, high level of evaluation. But then they'll find loads of other ways to reject the paper. It's just one way in which this kind of contempt is brought out.
So yeah, I was suggesting at the very least, one of the things we could do is whenever you generate the form in EasyChair or whatever that the reviewer is going to fill in, to at least add at the top the description of the paper type that the paper has been submitted under, at the very least, because that will force them to say, this is how you, even if it's just this dreadful one window for text review that we currently have. If you have at the top, this is supposed to be a position paper, it's supposed to be about ideas, or this is a bridge with another discipline thing, and so, or this is me reporting my work in another discipline that has something to do with creativity, me reporting a specific event that I organize that has to do with computational creativity, something like that. That forces the thing. It's like you would for, it's a prompting technique, right? It's
Sure. But I think
make sure you add the right context at the top.
having different review forms for the different paper types, I think is a really good idea. But good luck getting EasyChair to do that. It's not the easiest of systems. But I think that will force the reviewers into, you know, either actively ignoring the suggestions of